I think the stream's working. Let me know, guys, if you guys can hear me. Should be working at least. Yeah. I think everything's working on my end. Let me know in the chat if you guys can hear me. Alrighty. Okay, you guys can hear me. Okay, great. Hello. Yeah, I'm starting about a minute or two early. I got everything set up, and I'm like, you know what? 5:30 is pretty late. Wow. Hello, Daniel. Member for 13 months, level 1 support. Hello, hi. Thank you for being a member and everything. I really appreciate that, Daniel, and I do remember you. 13 months, over a year. That is crazy. What's up, everyone? How you guys doing? We got to talk about Craig today. I'm going to explain why in the beginning to get that out of the way, and then somebody can timestamp it and be like, why is TJV milking Mini Lad again? Why is it happening again? And then I'll be like, this is my explanation. If you don't like it, then continue to crap on me if you'd like. But, you know, I think there is more of an important thing to talk about in all of this rather than the guy who's choosing to do it. But I'm fully willing to defend and explain the reasoning why I would want to talk about it and have a conversation about it. And you know, that's all that's happening. It's just a decent conversation. Hello, everyone. Continue to type in the chat any questions, updates. I'm going to get that out of the way before I watch the video. I got the video pulled up right here. You guys should be able to see it right now, so let me know if everything's working on your guys' end. It's been a minute, but we're going to talk about this video. 43 minutes long. It's going to be a long video, so if you're not doing anything tonight, I got you covered. We're going to break down and talk about why we think it is. If you've been following the whole Mini Lad drama, even the Van Screw drama for a while, there's a lot of members of the Van Screw just don't talk about it. They don't speak about it. They put out what they put out, and that's it. So it's up to us to, like, if we have extra questions, to be like, what do we think the answer is? And then you can either assume that and go forward, or you can always just ponder upon it, and we'll talk about everything right here. I thought he was gone for good. Me too. Oh, and by the way, Nightmare, I think I do have my DMs open to anyone who's in my Discord server. So if you join my Discord server, you can DM me without being my friend. I have a ton of friend requests, and a lot of them are bot accounts. A lot of them are just people who are going to end up sending stuff that I probably just don't want to hassle with. So I'm not going to go accept random friend requests. So if you join my server real quick just to DM me, you can do that, Nightmare. I'm just letting you know. And that goes for anyone. If you want to DM me personally and ask a question or anything, I also got this email down below, Nightmare. That's another way for you to get a hold of me and contact me if you need to. But yeah, just giving you that. You know, Vanos still follows Craig on Instagram. I wouldn't read too much into that. What's up, Trevor? Been a minute since you talked about Craig. I'm curious what you got to talk about. Yeah, there's a lot of things I got to talk about, and I do think it's very important to talk about it. And I do think this is an important time to have a discussion about everything, and the reason why I'm doing it, I will talk about in a second. $5 super chat from Cyber Dance. Thank you very much. You're my first super chat in a long time, so I appreciate it. Miniland is a horrible liar. He didn't freeze. He went to his second channel to hide and continue. Plus, he tries to block people calling him out. He might be doing that in his comments, and I'll address that in a second. But not only did he go to his second channel, he tried to cover up it as it was coming out. Hallie put out her video. There was long statements, everything coming out, and everyone was accusing him like, hey, this is really sus. You have to give us an answer. He just knocked over my microphone. Already getting rough here. He went to his main channel and he kept uploading. I don't know if you remember that, but he put out the Clear in the Air video in the middle of a bunch of content he was putting out. He was trying to hide it. He did try to keep on keeping on. And the video I put out yesterday was just to show in the first 2 to 3 minutes of the video, he's already lied. He did not sit here and, like, freeze. I don't know what to do. PR team, take over. Now, he might have been listening to advice from his PR team. I understand that. But he kept uploading content. And he kept doing it for months. Okay, him freezing was what he did after the apology video. All of his social media froze. That's what happened. Not, oh, everything was coming out and then I froze. No, he tried to hide it. And we have leaked Discord messages of him saying, if they should be true, which they're believed to be true even to this day, that once brands and sponsors start working with me, all is going to be fine. Do you guys remember that? If not, I will show you that now, and we're going to show some more inconsistencies with the video as we go along. But yeah, I was last here about how you been? I've been good. How about you guys? I just been working on my car. My little brother's graduation was yesterday. I was going to live stream late last night, but then I was like, oh, everything got busy and there was a bunch of family over. Sorry I didn't live stream yesterday about this, but I'll live stream today about it. My little brother's graduation was yesterday. He just graduated from high school. He's the last one of us siblings to graduate, and he had a good graduation party. So happy graduation to my little brother Austin, if you guys want to give some love, and I'll show him this part of the stream later if you have a nice message for him. Off topic question, but do any one of y'all know where to get H2O Delirious U2s? I have no idea. I stopped following the drama for a while. Yeah, a lot of people did. It kind of went down in terms of how much activity was going on and how much it was talked about, for good reasons. I mean, we don't want this to continue forever, but I mean, it slowed down for a good reason. And then when he put out Minilad put out this video, what I think is for attention, because hey, look I'm talking about the cancel, me being canceled, and everything that, you know, the biggest thing I'm known for now at this point, you know, when he could have just continued uploading his content and all that. Oh, okay. He was still posting on Instagram, also TGV. I know, I'll bring that up. I know all about that. $2 super chat, Cyberdance. Let us all remember, do not go to Hablo's Corner. Haha, funny joke. Alrighty, is that all the questions I should answer in the chat before we continue? Don't be sorry about family stuff, dude. Family over work is, in my opinion. I get that, but like when I put in the video, I'll do it today or tomorrow, so I gave that kind of free space for it. And I really was wanting to do it yesterday, because yesterday, Sunday night, would have been a great night to do it, but I guess we'll do it Monday night. So if you're getting off work and you're about to watch this and stuff like that, hopefully you had a good day at work and everything like that. But I did want to get it out of the way yesterday, so this week I can just put out other stuff if I have to. But yeah, so yeah. And if you ever have a question or anything you want me to talk about, email me here, obviously. I haven't been doing my little TJV shows in a while, but I do want to get back into it and put your guys' questions on the show and do all that other good stuff. There's other stuff down in the description too for you to, my socials if you need to. Alrighty, so yeah, his apology video and clearing the air video, I know it's taken down. He even had like an Instagram story where he was gonna like, this is my journal. I'm gonna like update and, you know, keep my thoughts and my progress here. Never did that. Never continued that. And I think he took it down off his Instagram. So, $2 super chat from Kenny the Trend. Was sad giving up on Minilad, but Smitty is my new fave. There's plenty of great content creators out there. I wouldn't be too bummed out about what happened to Minilad. About any content creator you think that's just roped into controversy and stuff like that, I wouldn't be too upset about it. I was upset when all the stuff about the Vanoss crew happened, and then I started talking about it, and then I was getting in contact with some of them and all that. It kind of makes your perspective shift. You go from being a fan to being like, okay, it's hard to explain, but I find new content creators through there by just surfing the platform, being like, who's someone I just don't know, a stranger for once. And then I found Real Civil Engineer. I don't know if you guys know him, but he plays Polybridge and a bunch of other engineering type games. I've been watching him a lot. There's other great content creators to go watch. I don't know if anybody knows Real Civil Engineer here. I love his videos. I was going to be an engineer or go for engineering when I was younger, so I kind of like watching that content. But anyways, let's get back into it. Let's get into that real quick. TJV, any new crazy thing that H2O Delirious has done? Hopefully he hasn't threatened another baby. Okay. No, I do know I will be talking about like all of the drama in the past. I will be doing that in like a week or two. Hopefully in the next couple days, actually, if I can get a good live stream going for that. I'm going to do like a year review where we set up an entire timeline of all the events, starting from Minilad and everything coming out about him to his beef with Terrorizer to everything going forward, just to get a standard timeline going, and then for that timeline to be added to going forward in the future. Because if there are really court dates and everything else going on, it's hard for new people, especially current viewers of the Vanoss crew, to catch up on, hey, what's going on with them. Like, for example, the McMahon thing, WWE, Mr. McMahon, the CEO, chairman, he just had stuff come out about him. And if you don't know much about him and his persona and, you know, stuff in the past, it might be hard for you to be like, okay, how this must just be a scummy CEO or something like that, if you're not really roped into everything, and yada, yada, yada. I'm just bringing up an example as in there's going to be new events that are popping up constantly. And whether it's within there's big spaces where there's nothing going on, or it's just small spaces, there's a week after a week, more stuff coming out. Making a full timeline of everything has always been a goal of mine. I just was always too busy talking about it. And now that the drama has sort of lowered, now is a good time to work on it. And instead of me working on it by myself and potentially forgetting something, I will be live streaming for a few nights. It might take an entire week for us to come up with every single event that happened and making a timeline of everything. Videos, I mean, there's commentary channels involved. Crow, Judgment, Mr. Sen, Chilled Venom is slightly involved. I'm obviously involved. Diesel Patch has made a video, Sunny V2, and then Keemstar, and you got all of this, all these other events that you need to tie together in a singular timeline, just to be like, okay, this happened first, this happened then, XYZ. It's a big challenge because there's a lot of different things, and I want it to be super detailed. I don't want it to be like, this happened, and that happened, and that happened, and then, oh, wait, when did this happen, though? Oh, yeah, I forgot to include that on the timeline. No, it's going to be everything that happened. Down to, like, Twitter arguments is going to be on the timeline. So, at one point, I would like some help. So, if I live stream and I say, hey, I don't know what I'll title it. Something that people will understand it in the shortest amount of words, like Vanoss Crew Drama timeline creation, or then in parentheses, come help me out. Where you'll join and you'll be like, okay, where are we at on the timeline? And then you can provide extra details and do research with me, and then we'll do it and we'll work on it together. I want to be able to do something like that at some point. In terms of your question that I obviously did not answer, that was just something that popped up in my head. I don't know any more information that's going on besides everything that is happening with the drama between Ohm, the crew, Delirious, etc. It's being handled behind the scenes. There's advancements obviously happening behind the scenes. Is anything happening publicly? No. And for good reason. We the more they speak online, the more they both look like idiots or whatever. So you just want to avoid that at all costs. $5 super chat from Cyberdance. Can we have a moment to give our best wishes to the Vanoss crew getting roped into the drama of now ex-members? Yeah, it sucks, but it's okay. Yep, right there. Mr. Gamer just put out TJV. Speaking of Vince, there were sexual harassment cases he faced in the 90s. Exactly, and that's what I was trying to bring up, was that Mr. McMahon has had a lot of issues before, especially with the public and stuff like that. The whole steroid thing with when Chris Benoit passed away and everything like that. There's a timeline of things, of like a lot of the drama surrounding the WWF turning into the WWE, and so like same thing with the Vanoss crew. There's been a lot of things that have changed, and some people are like, wait, what the hell is happening? So I feel like in this stream, I'm going to have to reflect back to my younger commentary days on, remember I made a video about that? Remember I talked about this? Remember this happened? Because some people are like, wait, why was Mini Lad saying, why did he lie? How do you know he lied? And then I got to reflect to something that came out like a year and a half, 2 years ago. So it would be nice just to have a timeline for us to reflect back and say, okay, look at this part on the timeline of this image. And you got to zoom in. It'll be zoomed out like, 2%. And you got to zoom into like 600%, like whatever the percentage is when you zoom in to actually read the text on the timeline. Because that timeline is going to be huge. And we're going to make it piece by piece it together, export it as a giant image, and then anyone can go on a website or download the image and zoom in and look at, okay, this is exactly the timeline of everything going on. And I think that would be a cool project for us to do together, because we're very knowledgeable about all of this, and it's something to do where it shouldn't cause any more drama, because it ain't going to be an opinionated timeline where Omrecker fucked up. I mean, regardless if you think he fucked up or not, we're just going to say what he specifically did, what is factually to be true, not Omrecker was acting like a piece of shit, or, Delirious sat here and lied about this. I mean, we don't really know. If we don't really know the truth on it, we're just going to say, hey, there was an allegation, or there was an assumption that X person did Y thing, or whatever, for an example. So, having said that, we can start getting into it here in a second. Thank you for the $5 super chat, by the way, Cyberdance. At TJV would have access to... TJV, would you have access to Minnie's ex and her story as to how Minnie treated her? I'll bet she probably doesn't have concrete evidence. I don't know about that. If they come out publicly or if I get contacted with, I will try to update you guys with anything that I do get contacted with. But there are some things that if I were to be contacted or someone were to trust me with more information, having that come out, and if it's supposed to be private, it's something that I just simply won't be able to share. It's, for example, the Omrecker thing. He shared with me an email from someone at Twitter who emailed him discussing the investigation, if Delirious had alt accounts and if he really threatened a baby or did whatever XYZ. And I wasn't able to share all the information, but as Omrecker comes out with more information, if he puts it out, hey, it's not on me if I speak about it because I'm just saying what he said. You know what I mean? I'm not going to be out here and leak something that isn't meant to be leaked. Or I'm going to respect all parties who, if you're willing to give me information to speak about, I'm going to respect anything that you want to be private. And I'm not going to lie, or I'm not going to lie intentionally or anything. I would just say, hey, sorry, I can't speak about that or something like that. I don't know anything, though, about Minilad and his exes. I know his camera guy for his channel. I don't know if you remember, but when he went on the Craig Thompson channel, his camera guy said that he was moving somewhere, and I was going to get an interview with him. I spoke to him on Twitter about it. But his camera guy, when he did make his comeback and he did the rock climbing thing and all the roller coaster thing or whatever, XYZ, he, Beans... I don't know why people are saying that. I was gonna have an interview with him, but yeah. People are just saying beans in the chat, everyone, I guess. Anyways. All right. So we're going to get into this, and we'll see how it goes. First off, I do want to point out that I did make a video over on my channel. Minilad is a liar. It's a pretty bold claim, but he is a liar. We will see from the beginning of this video real quick. And look at the amount of excitement he has to talk about a situation that he was going to move on from. He came back, he talked about it a little bit, then he moved on. He started making meme streams. It's in his past. It ain't that big of a deal to talk about, according to him. And now he's talking about it again. If you look at his channel, which I actually have his channel popped up, you can see his views aren't as much as they used to be, but he does have some that are peaking up. We got 100K here, 150K there, 134K here, 162K here, 162 here, 129. Yes, sometimes they get low into the 80s. I think there was one for like 40,000 here. That was a live stream or whatever that he did. No face cam though, so 59K here or whatever. But I don't know if this was an attempt for attention or not. If you compare it to his other videos 2 days ago compared to 2 weeks ago, this has ballooned up close to 100K. I have no idea if this is an attempt to grab attention or not. We're going to have to watch the video and see. From what I've watched in the video, which I've watched a couple times already, from what I've seen is that he seems like overly excited to sit here and talk about, hey, I got canceled, but that's a good thing. And trying to make it sound better than what it is. No, being canceled is not a good thing because normally you make a mistake. You know, I've made mistakes too, and I regret them. I regret them 100%. And I don't think that the mistakes I made are a good thing. I know I have to live with them, and I wouldn't want anything to change because, yes, I can learn from them and I can be a better person, but that doesn't mean it's a great thing that they happened. That's like a criminal sitting here saying, I'm glad I killed that person because I would have never learned that killing people are bad. It's still not a good thing that you committed that crime. Yes, you can learn from your mistakes, but that doesn't make your mistakes any much better. And it seems like that's his mentality going into this. I hope not, but it seems like it. $2 super chat from Wilhelm Kepler. He commissioned me and my girlfriend and no payment given. If you have proof of... Are you talking about... I don't know what you're talking about. If you're talking about Minilad, if he really did do that, and if you got evidence of that, I mean, you can share that or whatever online if he ever did or something like that. I don't know what you mean by that or not. So, yeah. Oh, I do want to mention that before I get into the video real quick, too. Somebody just said, I thought TJB was done doing drama. Okay, so I wasn't done doing drama. If there's more drama that were to pop up, I was always going to do it. I did say I was going to, like, try doing different content here and there and doing that, which I still will. I'm still going to do different content. I'm not going to be locked into one set of content. I know, that's a good way to go about YouTube, is just be unique and do your own content. But I always like changing things up, and it just makes me happier as a person. And I value the happiness over views. Sorry if that disappoints you. But anyways, I did say before that I was done making mini lad videos, and I was going to be done for a while because I was burnt out from making mini lad videos fall of 2020 and into 2021. I made a couple in mid 2021, but not a lot of mini lad videos at all. And then the last one I did, I said he's really just going to make content, and his content looks like it's slowly dying. It's going down and down and down. Well, two things have changed. One, his content has been peaking sometimes. I just showed you he has like 160K or 100 whatever K here and there. He has peaked a couple times. So, I mean, he could always, technically, yes, he could make a comeback, which is, a bit of a scary thing because I thought he was just going to keep dying out. But it looks like he can actually peak here and there if he really wanted to. He's just going to have to try a lot harder. But the second thing that has changed is that now he's going back to talk about this drama or talk about him being canceled. And regardless if he's just reflecting on himself and making content about himself, it still doesn't change how I felt or how I do currently feel about whether or not he should be on the platform. And a lot of people might agree with me here. Some people might not, because I've gotten comments and messages saying, dude, leave him alone. He did his best. He's being honest. He's being nice. And then there's other people saying, why the hell is he still on YouTube? EDP can get kicked off of almost every single platform that he's on, but Miniland, nothing happens to him on YouTube? Really? And yes, he does still get tips. He was getting tips when he came back. He was still getting donations and money and all this. And yes, he will turn this back into his career, where he will try his hardest to sit here and try to be the best and try to gain views and try to do XYZ. And that's where his mental health deteriorated last time, and it might do it again. He might do something dumb again, and it ain't like he did one mistake. He did it multiple times, several different times with the same people and different people involved in the situation. So, having said that, I was going to stop making content, especially specifically about Minilad, but he's coming back and gaining a little bit of following, but also too, what I felt about how he should be on the platform is, I think, severely important, and anybody else who feels about this should also make their own videos or post or whatever about it and speak out in a as professional and mature and responsible way as possible, and sit here and voice whether or not you believe someone should be on the platform. I do think Minilad is still dangerous to be on the platform, and I do believe he still has the capabilities of being manipulative, regardless if he's trying to or not, or whether if he's knowledgeable if he's manipulating people or not. He's still getting people to sit here and build up his fandom, or continue to have the same fandom, who sit here and believe he did nothing wrong, or what he did wrong was just a slap on the wrist sort of punishment, and move on, when it wasn't. He did horrible things, and if he is not held to responsible, it's not an example for other people. Other people could be doing the exact same thing and think, oh, I'm gonna get off like Minilad did. Or even worse, they're going to keep supporting Minilad and want fan interactions with Minilad. And if that were to happen again, do any of you guys really trust Minilad to meet up with one of his fans, especially since he does have a younger demographic? I've gotten in an argument before with people where people say, oh, he doesn't have a younger demographic. They ain't young people, I just had a good conversation with one of my staff members, Evie. He sat here and said that, do you have numbers for that? Is there numbers for that? And I'm like, no, I really don't. The only people that really have numbers for that is Minilad, Craig himself. His demographics, his statistics would say that for his videos. But I do believe he does still have a younger audience. I still do, because his content can be based for younger people. Go look at his videos. We'll look at them now. Do you think a little kid would want to watch how jelly beans are made? I think so. Memes? Do you think little kids would watch memes? Yeah. SpongeBob for the thumbnail? Yeah. Now, I'm not saying really tiny infants are going to watch his videos, and I'm not trying to sit here and say something specific, but do I believe people under the age of 18 are watching his videos? Yeah. And if you were to say no, it's only adult people now at this time, I'm sorry, you're mistaken. Kids will sit here and have an account that says that they're old enough to watch the videos, even though they're probably not, because parents just aren't as strict nowadays as they were before. My parents were really strict, and my parents didn't even give me cell phones or any way to access the internet besides playing games that they downloaded themselves and they checked out. I wasn't allowed to have a Facebook account or a Snapchat account for the longest time until I got my own phone and I could make it myself. parents just aren't as strict anymore, and they will allow their kids to just, here's a phone, or here's an iPad, or here's a laptop. Even some parents are giving out computers to their kids. Do whatever you want. You earned it because you're my kid. And I'm not going to argue parenting here for a second, but it's just as important to sit here and discuss that, yes, kids could be watching Craig's videos, and I don't think you can sit here and argue with that. So yeah, kids can still watch it. And even if kids weren't watching it, there's still a chance for that to happen, and I do think that's dangerous, and I think that's another reason why it's important to sit here and say Craig shouldn't be on the platform. And I'm just going to advocate that as much as I possibly can. And I don't think I'm going to go back into every time Craig uploads a video, I'm going to upload a video saying why. No, but I haven't talked about it in a while. I'm going to talk about it now. And he looks like he's trying to use him being canceled or the drama surrounding him for views, for attention. So he got my attention, at least, and I'm going to talk about it and speak about it real quick and go into that. Any other questions, you can leave in the live chat. If I don't see it, I'm sorry. Ask periodically, and I'll eventually see it, I guess. But let's start watching the video and getting into that. Because it's been how long? 26 minutes, and I haven't even talked about the video yet. It's a 43-minute video, and yes, we're going to watch the entire thing. So if you got any questions about the video, you can ask, but if I have any questions, feel free to theorize with me and see what we think about this.
Okay, I know that title's a lot. That's a statement. That's a hell of a statement, but watching this video, it's going to be, I mean, you can already tell, it's going to be a longer video. I want you to just listen to everything I have to say, and then at the very end up, you can make whatever opinion you want.
So, yes, we should sit here and judge this video as a whole, not certain sections or whatever. I did cut out a certain section and make a video calling him a liar already. But he is going to move very quickly from thing to thing to thing to thing. So we will actually be pausing it and discussing the thing he just talked about and moving forward with that. Because I'm not going to wait until the very end to try to remember, okay, 33 and a half minutes ago, he said something, but I cannot remember it. And I'm not going to go back and rewatch sections of it. We'll talk about it as we go, and then we will give an opinion overall. Maybe I'll think negatively about the first half, and then the second half he'll redeem himself, and I'll be like, you know what, that was actually a good video. I was wrong. You know, something like that could happen. I doubt it, but we'll wait and see. Do you know about the return YouTube dislike plugin? Yes, I know about that. I want to install that. I don't have it, but I want to install that plugin just so you can view the dislikes and everything like that. I'm assuming the dislikes on this video is not too pleasant. That's just my guess. It's 6,000 likes with almost 100,000 views. I'm guessing the dislikes are going to be near half, but I'm not 100%. If anybody has an actual number for that, or they can check themselves, let us know in the chat. But yeah. All right, let's jump into it.
I'm also going to preface this in saying that this is
Can you guys hear it good?
Experience of the last 2 years. So, with all that...
Last 2 years. So it's June 20th. So 2 years ago would have been June of 2020. The drama came out when... I have a video of when I first talked about it, when it there was like a statement about it. Let me scroll all the way back through my videos and find out when that was, because that is around the date that I found out about it. God, some of these videos are cringe. When did it first come out? Right around here. Still doing nothing. Mini Lad is back, but I think it was this right here. I think this is the one that got a lot of views or something like that. It was like one of my first videos about it or whatever. So that, oh God, yuck. August 13th. So yeah, so 2 months from now, it will be about 2 years, I think, right? TJV, it has 3.4K dislikes. Okay, so 6,000 likes, 3,000 dislikes. So about a third of the people disliked it. 2/3, 66% like the dislike ratio, it looks like. So about half, like I said, you know, it was pretty close to half, I guess. So yeah. August of 2020 looks like right when the Mini Lad drama came out. So yeah, it's about 2 years.
In mind, this is going to be kind of a podcast. I'm going to ramble, so if there's random cuts here and there, you're missing nothing. I'm gonna miss stuff because
and that's why we're gonna sit here and pause throughout the video, because yes, he is rambling. He ain't talking about the same thing for straight 43 minutes. It's under the umbrella of why getting canceled is the best thing to happen to me, but there might be some random things why we're gonna need to pause.
It's kind of the nature of this video, and I feel like as time goes on, at the end of the video, I also want to tell you.
Actually, we're gonna set up this real quick because I just have not been as into setting up polls as much, but we're gonna give your guesses. If you've seen the video, you're kind of already gonna know, but give us a thought of what you think this video is going to turn out to be. Is it going to be a good or bad video? Is this going to be, you know, on the better side or worse side? Are you going to enjoy it or not? So we'll title it predictions on Minnie's video. Good, bad, and then we'll put I don't know. Like, you're going in, you have no idea what this is going to be like. So ask your community, and then boom, I just posted the poll, so it should pop up. It should, at least. So there we go. Yeah, let me know what you guys think about that poll real quick, and vote upon that poll real quick. Looks like quite a few people are saying I don't know, so we'll see how that goes. All right. Thank you, guys. If you guys said you haven't seen me in a while and everything, hope I'm doing well. Thank you. I appreciate it. I did have a funeral a weekend or two ago that I had to go to, and then I had to go to Michigan to see some of my girlfriend's family, and then came back and had a grad party. So it's been a really busy 2 weeks. Yes? Alrighty. So I just got told food is done, but I'm gonna have to miss out on some food for a bit. Alrighty. Let's see how that poll's doing real quick before we jump into it. Looks like 48% of the people are saying it's not gonna be a good video, 13% saying it's going to be a good video, and 39% has no idea. Well, let's find out real quick.
Kind of what plans are, and just where I am, and where we are going forward. I say we. It's me. Let's be honest here. It's just me. God, where do I begin? So why do I believe what the title says? Now, I understand that getting in a situation like I managed to get myself in is a very rare thing. Because whenever you get canceled, a lot of people just keep on keeping on.
Let me know, chat. Type real quick in the chat. Did he keep on keeping on? Let's replay that.
A lot of people just get myself in is a very rare thing. Because whenever you get canceled, a lot of people just keep on keeping on.
So he's talking about when people get canceled. So we got to set up, when did he get canceled? Did he get canceled at his apology video where he did freeze for a few months, or did he get canceled before that? When did he get canceled? And did he keep on keeping on, or did he freeze? Let me know. Yeah, he did freeze, or no, he didn't freeze. Did he keep on keeping on, or did he not? People get canceled for a reason. Minnie got canceled for a reason. Okay? He kept on when it came to Insta, YouTube, etc. I think so. And I got some things to just sit here and prove it a little bit, because he knew he was getting canceled by this screenshot and this screenshot right here. He's talking about the subreddit. I think the subreddit should remain closed until after my comeback, which is this week. The drama will get drowned out by the new post of recent videos. This isn't keep on keeping on, because he claims in just a second that he just froze. He didn't keep on keeping on, he just froze. Same thing here. Once people realize that the majority don't care / don't know, and brands keep working with me, it will die faster. This is keep on keeping on or freezing? Tell me. Let me know real quick. When he put out his apology video, all these videos before then, this isn't keep on keeping on. He did a clear in the air video and continued to make videos right after that. This internet craziest gaming glitches down here. And this is what he kept keeping on with. He didn't just freeze. He was trying to drown out the drama. He was trying to hide it. And did he ever admit this mistake? No. He never admitted that he literally thought less of it. He never admitted that, and that's something that I think a lot of us were hoping that he would admit, being like, yeah, I screwed up, not only with the thing that I did, but how I handled it afterwards. He's saying now that, he's handling his life great, and everything in his life is going better, and that everything in terms of handling it is fine. Just the situation I handled poorly. Well, no, you also handled what came after poorly. Hey, at least he tried. What do you mean he tried? I don't know. Yep, so kept making more videos. And I think this Minecraft, but all the mobs are me. In the beginning of that video, he had like 4 minutes where he talked about it. Am I right about that? I think that's the video where he talked about it at first. That was his first video back after like a month or a couple months or whatever. And then he kept making videos, and then Clearing the Air he had to put out, then these, and then obviously we saw afterwards he put out these, and his views were actually doing pretty decent. He was doing his best to drown out the drama, and then he eventually had to put out My Apology, which just ballooned up, obviously, and this is when he took his break. But we're not done here. After several months of him freezing, quote-unquote freezing, he came back, obviously, and made all these videos, right after this was his last video on the channel, and then he did Survive 24 Hours on the Edge of a Cliff, and then he made all of these videos, a nice little line of 6 videos at the top. These were his comeback videos, okay, and then he obviously came back to the Miniland channel here. So yeah, he did freeze between the apology video and Craig Thompson, but he wasn't frozen right when the stuff was coming out. He tried drowning out the drama. So he's lying, unless he's specifically referring to that, but he didn't specify that in the video. That's why it's important to discuss and to talk about this, because he's not being specific with what he is saying. Any person would have sat here and goes, wait, he froze? Oh, he just froze. So the moment he got caught, at least he did the right thing. Well, no, he got caught and he continued to do the wrong thing. This is why Mini Lad is not a decent person, and that's what everyone is saying is, he's decent now, No. I got so much flack for making videos about Mini Lad after the stuff came out. I got so much flack. Mini Lad fans hated me. They hated me. They did everything they can. I did get death threats all the time. My email has always been out there. My socials have always been out there. I've had family members of mine being contacted because of the Mini Lad fan base. There was one guy named Vic G. Chad who was a huge supporter of him. There was arguments and fights constantly defending Mini Lad when no, he did not freeze. He did not realize he had to do the good thing. He kept screwing up. It's only when all the other big commentary channels, all the other big names and brands started pulling away. Remember that one time that Cove split speaker, he had to remove that video because they pretty much cut the deal with him. Yeah, he started realizing that this will affect him long term if he doesn't eventually address something big. And he did. But when he came back, we weren't wanting him back. And I don't think a lot of people even do want him back. It's just his core fan base, I think, that's really keeping him afloat right now. And I don't know how much longer that will keep him afloat. But yeah, I do think it is very important. He did say a bit that his PR team didn't want him to post it. Was that actually his PR team telling him not to do it, or is he saying that to comfort his subs? That's what we have to talk about. We have to base it off of, just being, would he lie about this? Would he not lie about this? Does that seem like a reasonable thing for him to say or do? Blah, 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 blah. Is that a reasonable thing for the PR team to say to him? The job of a PR team is to help represent yourself in the best light, or your team, depending on what you have PR for. And yes, we're giving him advice, and they'll help with statements and videos and topics and all this other stuff as well. So would he or would he not? I have no idea. So yeah. All right, let's continue.
Right? A lot of people just keep on keeping on, right? I didn't do that as such. I panicked. I froze, and I did, which, let's be honest, if you manage to get yourself in the situation I'm in, which, as a side note, I believe that if you are getting into content creation and you get to a certain point, everyone is going to get canceled, whether it's major or minor, at some point in their career.
It's a pretty obvious statement. I mean, people are not going to like what you do. There's always going to be haters no matter where you're at. I don't know I know people who hate Mr. Beast, and I think he's almost done every single thing right. There's haters of Mark Rober, and he's almost done every single thing right. So, you know, and even when they do make mistakes, they correct it very quickly, but people will always hold grudges. I can agree with that statement there, that yes, major or minor, but what you did was major. And I think the minor ones have no reason to be brought up at all in this video.
That's just the nature of how society is right now. But I'm a great example of what not to do. And I want this to be a learning process, okay? I could have handled it like a man. Can I say that nowadays? I don't know. I'm going to say it anyway.
Why wouldn't you be able to say that you handled it like a man? Why wouldn't you be able to say that? Is there really that big of an audience that will sit here and say, how dare you say handle it like a man? Women can handle things good too. It's not just men. Is it really that big of a thing? I think he's trying to do his best to be a people pleaser here, and I think you'll see those small little tidbits here and there. I don't think it's that big of a deal for him to. Do I have to say that? Do I have to say that? Yes, you could have handled it like a man, but you did not handle it like a man, Craig. You did not at all. Not from the start, not during the situation, not after the situation, and you're still not, because there is no purpose so far for this video at all. I think this is a pretty worthless video. There's no reason to be talking about it so far. I'm only a minute 50 into the video, but, I mean, I've seen it before. It's not anything major.
I handled...
Smurf said there's been so many people who have been canceled but are trying to come back right now, bruh.
I should have handled it properly, but I froze, and
Mini
I mean,
eggs.
the first thing I put out on Twitter, I just left it to my PR team. I was like, hey, I am fucking scared, so for...
Okay, so the first thing he put out on Twitter was just his PR team. He was scared. Let me double check.
Froze, and I mean... The first thing I put out on Twitter, I just left it to my PR team.
He just left it to his PR team. So none of that was him. It was just left to his PR team. Okay, and I know I didn't switch screen. It's fine. I'll switch it real quick just so you can see it.
Command? Can I say that nowadays? I don't know. I'm gonna say it anyway. I handled it. I should have handled it properly, but I froze, and I mean, the first thing I put out on Twitter, I just left it to my PR team.
Okay. Froze equals I ignored it. Fly 78xe. Good. What he means by froze is he ignored it. Yes, good job. Or he tried avoiding it. Yes. He did have minor issues. Hold on. What's that? Okay. He did have minor issues. Oh, you guys can't hear that. Hold on. He did have minor issues. Good job. Who said that? Tom, too many cups? Good joke there. That was funny. All right. Yeah, you get it. Minor issues. No? Okay. If you didn't get it, I'm sorry. Whatever. But yeah, I think I have it screenshotted somewhere of him, what he put out on Twitter. Let me pull that up because I don't think I can find it anymore, but online, I think he deleted it or whatever. But I think I do have it somewhere. Let me look for it real quick. It's not there. Not there either. Maybe I don't have it. Oh, hold on 1 second. It wouldn't be under here. It'd be there. Right here. Okay. I think I found it. Was this the first or the second? There was a white screen one and a gray screen one. Right here. Okay, I found it. Okay, I found it. All right, so this is his PR team statement. So this entire thing was his PR team. This entire thing was his PR team. You guys can't really see the top or whatever. I have the screen zoomed in a little bit. But Hi everyone, many of you are probably aware. Screw up. Hi everyone, many of you are probably aware of the allegations recently made online about my behavior a few years ago. I have read through everything that was said and shared, and understanding how unacceptable my actions were. I take full responsibility. Your PR team said that's not you, but I take full responsibility for my inappropriate texts and messages I sent. I regret having said or sent anything that made anyone uncomfortable or upset. I am truly deeply sorry for what happened. I absolutely should have done what was necessary at the time, and that was seeking professional help and realizing my actions. And he referred back to this a couple times, so I don't know why if this is just his PR team. Take care of yourselves, Craig Thompson / Mini Lad. Which, yeah, that looks like a little bit of a PR team sort of thing right there. You know, saying the full name / their online. So yeah, you know, I can understand why this would be from PR team. This entire thing was, so none of this came from him at all. According to Mini Lad in his newest video, none of what he said there. Did he mean some of that? Maybe. I don't know. But none of it came from him. So, you know, I'd be understandable if you've been, okay, the first statement was a bunch of crap. I do have the second statement if he ever refers to that. So, TJV, when was this posted? If you're talking about the video, it was just two days ago. If you're talking about that was posted. Ooh, when was that posted? I don't know. It was sometime fall of 2020. Because the drama started in August of 2020, and he did upload for a couple months. And he did say there's been statements coming out for a couple months now, so it could have been October-ish, maybe. October, September, maybe into November, he put out that statement. Because he also did put out a second statement saying he'll be, like, taking a break or leaving or whatever, I don't know. So yeah, no, he didn't mean it. Okay, let's see what else he has to say.
I was like, hey, I am fucking scared. So for months, I just froze.
Does anybody have that repeating just froze in their head? I'm sorry if you do from my video, but okay. I think somebody's gonna make a song out of it. Somebody's gonna make a remix of just froze. Someone's gonna make a remix of that. When they do, I want that sent to me so I can feature it in the video. That's really cool.
There's a bunch of points I would.
And if you want to make it, you know, we can have multiple different remixes. If you want to take a crack at it, take a crack at it. I think somebody said they were going to, but just in case they don't, you should start up on one if you know how to make any good remixes. So yeah.
Like to make this video, and the majority of them have come from just having 2 years of just really harsh therapy, not just therapy sessions.
Okay, but there hasn't been 2 years. For the first 4 to 5 months, it was in August. Which August is what? July, August. So that would be the 8th month of the year. So from the 8th month of the year all the way to December, the very end of December, that was like 4 or 5 months of you just ignoring it. So did you really do any harsh thinking during then? Or were you just blatantly ignoring it? He says 2 full years of just harsh thinking about it. What are you talking about? Are you still harshly thinking about it? Is it that big of a mental issue where you still are harshly thinking about it? And you weren't even harshly thinking about it for the first 4 to 5 months. You were uploading content. You were ignoring it. You were trying to still work with brands and die the drama down. It's really hard to believe anything that he says. If he was harshly thinking, I bet he did at some point for sure. I'm not doubting that. I don't think it's been 2 full years like he's trying to make it out to be. It was more like, at most, it would have been 1.5 years if he's being fully honest. How long do I personally think he was really thinking about it harshly and taking it to heart and everything? Prior the time he was gone. Maybe not even that. Maybe after like a month or 2 of him being gone, he probably was just like, oh, I'm going to enjoy this little vacation. I'll be back eventually. And then he came back and made some videos on his Craig Thompson channel and then came back to this. And now since his videos have been, you know, up and down, got a couple peaks here and there, he probably hasn't thought about it too much. I mean, I don't know.
But also, like, you know, like even what I did a few weeks ago, I disappeared into the woods by myself for a few days, and I just wrote. That's all.
Should have stayed there.
I did. I've been doing things like that a lot. I go to coffee shops. I have a diary that I write in every day. Hold on. I think for an important video, I would plan this, but I wanted to just riff and just talk from my heart and me compared to just a script. That doesn't seem right. This is my journal that I write in every day.
It says Craig T let it out. That's what the diary says. Journal, diary, whatever you want to call it.
This is my journal.
Yeah, there's the journal. Oh, I'm not sharing my screen. I'm so sorry. I haven't been sharing my screen. My bad. I got to get back into this. Logan N, $5 super chat. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Harshly thinking about it, more like vigorously trying to sweep it under the rug until it blew up in his face. That's what it seems like. I don't know. At least he didn't go to the point of no return and actually acted on the things he DM'd. Robinier 99, if that's how you say your name. He did send pictures. He received pictures. He blackmailed these girls. He said that he was going to commit suicide if it ever came out, and that his fans would commit suicide if they ever said anything about it. He refused to go to therapy when they told him you should probably go to therapy. I mean, isn't that mentality sort of acting out very immaturely and not correctly? Like, yes, I agree, he could have mental health problems, and that's the reasoning for it too, but it also could have just been pure off of, you know, his sexual tendencies. I mean, he probably just desired it so much that he went to a bad point, and he probably could have gone further if they ever were to hang out and meet up in person. So yeah. TJV, not to mention, once the statement came out, he returned to YouTube. You could tell how desperate he became just for his thumbnails, especially on his second channel. Yeah, his second channels were very Mr. Beast-like, and people were starting to point that out, which I can kind of see, but it's just a thumbnail at the end of the day. Let's be honest, Craig is not about that. Oh my god, I'm not bringing back that statement. He's not about that because he's not about that. And why would he be about that if he was about that? Because he's not about that. And if he's not about that, why would he ever be about that? If you don't get that, then you're new. I'm sorry. All right.
That I write in every day, every other day. I'm gonna be honest. Sometimes I forget. That's just me being honest. Write diaries. Who'd have thought? Physically writing stuff is so therapeutic. I sit on my balcony and I just write.
Have you noticed that the word therapy or therapeutic or any variant of that has came into his vocabulary so much more recently? I think the last video I watched of his, he said it like 7-8 times, like within like a 2-minute span, like therapy or therapeutic or something like that.
Whether it's 2 pages, 4 pages, 6.
Are you gonna open up? Can we see the inside of that journal to make sure that there's stuff in it? It ain't just lying around. Because he did get up. I don't know if you guys saw, I probably wasn't sharing my screen, but I think he did get up out of his chair to go get it.
Not just therapy sessions, but also like, you know, like even what I did to a few weeks ago. I disappeared into the woods by myself for a few days, and I just wrote. That's all I did. I've been doing things like that a lot. I go to coffee shops. I have a diary that I write in every day. Hold on. Think for an important video.
Yeah, it looks like he came from outside his door. I'm not sitting here trying to speculate. Oh, he just grabbed a random journal that has his name on it and he didn't write anything in it. He's lying. I'm not trying to nitpick, but come on. It ain't like it was just sitting on his desk. He was working hard on a video and then he was like, okay, I'm going to take a break and write it. You know, it's not just lying on his desk for him to write. I mean, like, but that doesn't mean, like, I could pull up sticky notes and be like, hey, I write stuff down. Look, it's on my desk. I just grabbed it. I mean, I'm not trying to say that, but, like, what are the chances that he probably just went to another room, grabbed an empty journal that he barely wrote anything in, and now he's showing off the journal, you know? I don't know. Maybe he opens up the pages here in a second.
I would plan this, but I wanted to just riff and just talk from my heart and me compared to just...
Duck Dog, $2 super chat. What? Diary of a... pedo.
Just a script. That doesn't seem right. This is my journal.
It's his own diary of a wimpy kid
that I write in every day, every other day. I'm gonna be honest. Sometimes I forget. That's just me being honest. Write diaries. Who'd have thought?
Oh, I'm
physically
not showing the video.
writing stuff is so therapeutic. I sit on my balcony and I just write. Whether it's 2 pages, 4 pages, 6 pages, whatever is going on in the day. It can be as simple as whatever TV show you're watching. Just write and just get into a process of having a way to just let things out, even if it's so mundane. Because as life is, things aren't mundane all the time. You know, life happens. Whether it's deaths or accidents or whatever.
Welcome to the newest update about humanity. Life happens, if you didn't know, so don't take it too harshly. Forget about my mistakes, because that's just life. Life happens.
Oh boy, someone's gonna clip that later on and be like, "Oh, TJV sus."
Whatever it may be, write that down. Get in the process of it. Seriously. What I did for a long time as well is I did a...
Okay, so he's giving some advice and everything like that, you know, based off my experience, you know, write stuff down, life happens, it'll help you so much. I'm going to give you guys a little bit of advice. Go outside. There's enough people who just stay inside all day and they get trapped up in their thoughts. And yes, being in the same space, seeing the exact same thing every single day, yes, it can get tiresome. And nowadays, we are a lot more short. We have a lot more of a shorter attention span than, you know, people from, you know, even 50 years ago. So, like, I do think it's very important. I do think it's very important to sit here and get outside and go do something. Go do something you haven't done before. That honestly would be more therapeutic to me than writing in a diary my own thoughts, because that's still being trapped in your own thoughts. You're still thinking about those same thoughts, and even getting them out on a book that says "let it out." I still don't think that I'm not a therapist. Don't take my advice at all, and certainly don't take Craig's advice at all on any of that. But, you know, if you're looking like, would I agree with the statement? Write it down, write it out, let it out. No, get outside and go do something. Go do something. Do something new, you know? Even if it's just simply like going outside and, like, you know, taking a walk or something. Just go do something. That was my recommendation, because I do that all the time. And a lot of the, you know, haters that I got, it got to my head a little bit at one point, and I was like, oh, this really sucks. I'm bummed out about it. Then I got out and I just hung out with some friends. I hung out with my girlfriend, hung out with my family, and I was like, you know what? Life ain't that bad, you know? You sort of start to tune that stuff out and be like, you know what? If I'm on here, I'm on here. If I'm not, I'm not. It's whatever. At least I didn't commit no crime or anything like that. And et cetera, et cetera. But don't take my advice. Go listen to a therapist if you actually need advice. I wouldn't listen to myself or Craig by any means.
video journal. And a video journal is fantastic, because I was so used to being a...
TJV's advice, go touch grass. Exactly, yeah. Get the hell outside, go count the amount of clouds in the sky, and then go tell a random stranger, hey, there's about 20 clouds above us right now. See what he says. And then film it for YouTube and gain a lot of money. Make it go viral. That's the key to happiness.
YouTuber that I just...
So this is footage that we've never seen before. He had those paintings and he talked about it in a previous video before.
Put my camera to my face and I vlogged for like 10, 20, 30 minutes, depending on what it was. And that was just a way to just help get things out. Oh my...
So he says that he turned the camera on, pointed at his face, and vlogged for about 10, 20, 30 minutes. How many of these videos do you think he was thinking about putting out, but he never did? Like one of these, like letting it out videos. How many do you think there are? Because he says he did that a lot. So if he still has that footage, you know, he could have simply just deleted it afterwards and pretended, and maybe that helped him in his mind. I don't know. How many of these videos do you think he has? I doubt he recorded many. Yeah, maybe he didn't. Maybe he only recorded like 2 of them and then quit. Just like his Instagram. Remember on his Instagram, he had this video where he said he was going to do a video journal thing on his Instagram. He only put 1 video out and then never did it again. I don't even know. It's not up here. It's not going to be here. Yeah. That's his Instagram long one that he put out. Yeah, it was right around this time. He moved to Texas and he said he was going to like... Yeah, he had a whole journal thing that he was going to put out. Remember that? He said he was going to do that, and he never updated it. So he probably only recorded, like, name our Doyle. He's saying 1. He recorded 1, and then that's it, and now he's showing you. That's it. That's all he did. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I wonder if he ever did thought about putting it out. I don't know.
Knees. I'm so sorry for my banged up knees. Jesus, oh my god.
Yeah, and if you're curious, yes, he did on Instagram do the journal thing. He did sit here and say that he was going to, like, video journal everything and his thoughts and talk it out. And he was going to do that. And I looked at his Instagram for the next month or 2. Nothing. He didn't put nothing out. He never committed to it. Almost like he's not able to commit to things. It's almost like he has to, like, leave and change his pace to get out of that. I don't know. Sorry. Thank you for saying show screen. Sorry, Fly.
I just like something like this. I'm comfortable. I'm a anxious being, so I like fetal position. I feel comfy here. I wanted this video.
Oh,
Anxious being. Oh God, help get things out. Oh, my knees. I'm so sorry for my banged up knees. Jesus, oh my God. I just like something like this. I'm comfortable. I'm a anxious being, so I like fetal position. I feel.
but TJV, his PR team said he can't. His PR team said he can't release any of those videos. Those are your journal videos. You can't put any more out. So he likes sitting in the fetal position, is what he said. Hope that doesn't get clipped.
Feel comfy here. I wanted this video to kind of let you know of the things that I've learned over the last 2 years.
I feel comfy there. That could be a meme, bro.
And admittedly, these are things that have happened to me. I'm in a very, very weird circumstance right now in life. But there may be
Very
like little
weird.
tidbits here and there that you can apply to your own lives. And even if it helps one.
Why is he out here trying to give life advice? Nobody wants life advice from somebody who is deemed a pedo. Nobody wants it from you. Nobody does. Why are you out here? You can apply it to your own life. No. He's going to have his diehard fans do it. You can go down, right down here to the comments. Just love you, Craig. You're amazing. Most truthful video I've watched in years. Thank you, Craig. Oh my God, dude. No one's wanting advice from you. Why would anyone want advice from him? He screwed up one of the best things that ever happened to him in life because of his own selfish tendencies.
One person, to me, that's the most important.
Quick question. We'll do another poll, but this one will just type your answer in chat. Would you take life advice from Craig? This man right here that you see on screen. Would you take a life advice from him? Would you even listen to very simple advice, like financial advice? Would you listen to any sort of advice from this man? Yes or no? Type that in chat. Just yes, you would, or no, you wouldn't. My girlfriend just looked at me. She leaned over. Well, that was funny. No. Maybe a warning to not touch kids. Ooh, Gilbert. You couldn't pay me to listen to him. TJV, would you buy a fitness video from OJ Simpson? Oh, crap. Oh, shoot. 1 hour into the stream while 4 minutes in the video is crazy. I know. I'm going to continue it, Neon. Thanks for the update.
Important thing. I'm able to let people know where I am, which is great because I want to get back into this stuff, regardless of money or not. But if I'm able to help
Regardless of...
person, to me, that's the most important thing. I'm able to let people know where I am, which is great because I want to get back into this stuff, regardless of money or not. But if I'm able to help people...
So we knew that for a while, that he always had the desire to continue wanting to make videos. We know that. And apparently he claims here, regardless if it's money or not, doesn't matter. I think that would be kind of believable, even with, because his upload schedule has been like kind of wonky. He probably is out there getting a real job somewhere. He probably does have a real job, or maybe he just has so much money saved up that he's getting. But I don't know. He might live in a really nice place where he kind of does have to go get a job to pay for everything. But maybe donations are covering it. Maybe his 100,000 people that keep returning back to watch his videos, maybe they're covering it for him. I don't know.
along the way, then it's an absolute win for me.
Because I don't think any of his videos has ads. I think his channel's demonetized or whatever. I think, but he still gets donations. He can still get donations because of a link or something in some of his live streams. Because I seen him get donations recently, and recently as in like a month or two ago. So I know he gets donations from here and there.
Topics I'll be getting into is a lot of the things I've been talking about with my therapist for the last few years. Admittedly, I've had technically 3, but 2 main ones. I had one for like 2 weeks, and then I swapped that therapist out, got another therapist. I had
Why? Why did you swap therapist?
her for a year, but then there was a rule where I had her when I was in LA and I moved to Texas, and then during COVID there was a time where she could help me even though it was outside of her state because of weird COVID regulations. Whenever that got cut off, I got myself a Texas therapist. Okay.
So he's had 3 different therapists. Okay.
Okay, so I'm editing this, and I just forgot a really valid.
Some people said, some people are, do you think he actually went to go see a therapist, or is this a bunch of bull? I think he might have seen a therapist once, maybe. I don't know if he's gone through the trouble of constantly having a therapist to talk to every week. I don't know that. I mean, if he put out proof, that'd be like, damn, you shut up all those people who didn't believe it. But, I mean, he's just stated that he has, so I don't know. Again, if you don't believe him, it's understandable. He is known to be a liar. I understand it. But to me, I do think he probably has seen at least one therapist, but I don't know.
Valid point that I wanted to bring up, that if you're gonna get a therapist, don't be afraid to change therapists.
Dude, stop giving advice. Nobody's gonna take it from you. Oh my god. So, you don't have to take advice from me either, but my younger sister, Haley, you know, she's wonderful and great and everything like that. She's had problems before and everything, and she's had to go get a therapist and everything like that. It's her story to tell, obviously, but yeah, she's been through the same thing where, like, yeah, she's had to swap therapists and everything like that, but sometimes it ain't directly down to, like, if it ain't working for you, swap it. Sometimes it's just, like, you know, it's hard to listen to other people for a change and everything like that. I don't think that listening to him, even if his advice is good, he shouldn't be the one giving it out. If he's going to be on the platform, a lot of people suggest to just make adult content where you avoid kids at all times, and at that point no one can sit here and say, oh, you're making content for children. But the fact that there are going to be younger people who listen to him and every little thing that he says, and you thought it was bad then, imagine before all the allegations come out, there were millions of people.
A therapist is someone that you're going to spill your entire life to. The stuff that you've been hiding away from everyone in your life, you're going to spill to this person.
That's not true. People don't do that all the time.
So make sure that this is someone that...
It's not true. I should get somebody in, because I've never had a therapist myself, but I should get people, like a lot of my good friends and stuff like that, who actually have gone to, like, therapy sessions, and then I've had to take 2 therapy sessions, and that I've had to, like, stop hanging out with me because they have, like, a virtual therapist session or something like that. I should get somebody on here at some time to, like, sit here and have a conversation about that stuff, if people are really desiring it. But I don't think people are desiring it, because that's information for you to find out yourself when you go to get yourself a therapist. There are places for you to go look that up. You could Google it right now. It's like, hey, can I switch therapists? And I'm sure you'd have a more well-educated answer for you than what Craig is giving out to you. I just don't understand the life advice thing. He's probably going to be doing this for 40 minutes, and it's just going to be super upsetting to hear that he's just trying to give advice.
That you're comfortable with. Make sure they're like a friend, because even a friend, right? You're only gonna tell them, a best friend, 95% of the stuff. There's still stuff that you would never tell them. But
same sometimes with the therapist. You're not going to tell everything to a therapist. And even if you tell someone to open up completely to a therapist, you're still probably not going to open up all the way to a therapist. It's just from what people I know. I could be wrong. There could be, I definitely do think there's people out there that do tell everything, every little thing about their life. Yes, I understand that. But no, you don't have to, and you're not required to, and your success rate of that therapy session is not going to improve by telling them every single little detail, especially if you're there specifically to talk about something, which is what most therapy sessions are for anyways. You need a therapy session for a specific reason.
You need to be able to feel really, really comfortable.
He's desperate to be a teacher. That's what I get from this.
With your therapist, to make sure that you can get the benefits of therapy, like the real deep benefits. And that's why I honestly think it takes a good 4 to 8 sessions to feel fully comfortable before you can get into the big stuff. And
I just got told, no, that's not true. 4 to 8 sessions for what?
I think it takes a good 4 to 8 sessions to feel fully comfortable before you can get into the big stuff.
Does it take 4 to 8 sessions to, like, fully get comfortable and get into the big stuff? The answer is no, from somebody who's had therapy sessions before.
And long-term therapy, you know, one thing I've had with my therapist...
Again, it could be for other people. 4 to 8 might be correct for other people. But him telling you this as, like, yes, this is set in stone. 4 to 8 will work. No, that doesn't apply to everyone.
Is they write a lot...
Nope, takes more for me. Depends on the person. Yes, and if you guys have been through... Yeah, I've been through therapy since I was 7. This is all BS. Butterbeer, just share that. If you've been through actual therapy sessions, comment and let us know if you're comfortable sharing that information. Is what he's saying accurate, or is he just spitting out what has happened to him personally? Because he is speaking not for himself. He's speaking out to his audience. He's doing this. He's going, so I've been in therapy, I've done this, XYZ. Okay, quick edit. I have to say, if you need a therapist for you, it takes 4 to 8 for you. Are you guys hearing me? 4 to 8 for you. Come on. Really? Do you really need to do this? I don't get it. I screwed up my camera angle a little bit, but that's fine. I don't know. Some people are going to be like, damn, that was intimidating.
A lot of stuff down. And we'll just have conversations.
I've also been, Blake says here in chat, I've also been through therapy since I was younger than 7. It depends on how someone is. I've been in and out of therapy for the past 20 years. I'm 32. It depends on the person. Exactly. It could be 4 to 8 or even 48 sessions. Yeah, it could be.
And it could just be about nothing. My therapist also likes climbing. So we talk about climbing a lot, and then random tidbits will come up, and she'll be like, wait, what you just said is different than what I have written down here that you said 5 months ago. What happened during that time for you to change this opinion? And that's where therapy really comes into play. It's a marathon, not a sprint, and I'm going to get back to previous Greg. Okay, thanks. But I've been in therapy.
Is therapy session a marathon, not a sprint?
Last 2 years straight, and let me tell you, oh boy, is it a great time.
And I do want to bring this up real quick, because I'm not going to start beef about therapy real quick, but Fly just pointed out therapy is a scam for cash, not going to lie. Therapy is helpful for some people, for other people it is not. Everyone has their own opinions on therapy. It's like sports. If you don't like sports, but somebody else likes sports, that doesn't mean sports suck. That just means that you don't like sports and you have your own opinion about sports, and that is completely fine. So I'm not trying to compare something that obviously isn't as important or whatever. And again, the importance all matters down to the person. It is for an individual, and it's not to be discussed. One, I think, in any public space at all. I think it should be private. But two, if you are going to speak publicly about it, you should definitely give the disclaimer, hey, this will be different depending on the person. I am not giving legal advice, medical advice, educated advice, professional advice. And it seems like he's doing that, especially for a younger audience that he definitely does have, and that's a bit dangerous. Imagine some other young kid online ends up watching this, and then they go to another video of someone struggling, or go to a Discord or a social media page where someone's struggling and be like, you should go have therapy. Within 4 to 8 sessions, you'll get comfortable. Can you imagine some kid doing that? And trust me, if you think, oh, that'll never happen, trust me. People are cuckoo for their favorite YouTuber. Some young kids will do all that if they have to. Hell, I got death threats for sitting here saying, hey, what Minilad did was sus. I gotten death threats off of that before. You don't think a kid will go around spreading this information around? Yes, a kid could do that. And if he gives the disclaimer, at least that's a little bit of an effort to say, hey, I'm not trying to spread this around as if I'm giving out the best advice in the world.
Some sessions, you think, I'm having a good time, everything's fine, but you need to go anyway. Because for me, I always thought of going to my therapist on a good day as like showing her what my good side is like where I feel free and happy, because it's not always going to be that way. So a lot of the topics that I'll be talking about is things that I've learned in therapy, and hopefully you can take some of it into your own lives. There's a cut there because I said that 3 times. It's been a while since I've done this. But anyway, and for those who don't even know me, really, I've been doing YouTube now on this Minilad channel since 2011. My career blew up in about 2013, GTA 5. I went to college the first week that GTA 5...
You blew up with the group, the Vanos Gaming Group, Team 6, Alpha Betas, whatever you want to call that group. You blew up with them, and then you completely sat here and trash talked them and everybody involved. And many of the members, too. You ruined really good relationships with them, which is just disappointing.
Came out. And that's when all of our careers, me and the guys who I used to play with, our careers all blew up. I remember even Nogla talking to my mom.
Yeah. Let me add that as an afterthought. I blew up in 2013 with a GTA video. Oh, afterthought. Real quick. Hold on. Me and the guys, we all blew up together. Okay. Yep. Good correction. Glad I corrected that one. Okay. I didn't blow up on myself. Okay. Let me correct that real quick.
Whenever I was in university, saying, hey, there's a really good opportunity here for Craig. We think that, it's in your best interest to let Craig have a year to figure it out. And that was the year that changed everything, That was 9 years ago. Here's what I noticed as well, is because I started to blow up right at the end of high school, going into college. Me in high school specifically, I was friends. Here's how I put it. I was friends with everyone, but never best friends with anyone. And that kind of left me enough room to be able to, start a YouTube channel and do the things I want to do. But diving in deeper, one thing I realized is because of this, I was in a constant state of proving myself. And what that means is because I was never best friends with anyone, I was constantly on edge trying to make sure I could say something funny, do something, or, just interact with these people around me so they wouldn't kick me out of whatever friend group I was in.
Backstory on Craig real quick, guys. We got to watch the full thing. So because we got to give an opinion at the end, so we got to watch the full thing. So sorry if this is boring you. I bet this has little to nothing to do at the end. Relatable, maybe. Interesting, that's up to the individual. Relevant, I don't think so. We'll have to wait and see if this actually comes back for something.
And I was just so used to just proving myself, like, please let me stay. And that, because I went straight from my school years into my YouTube years, that never left. And I didn't know that until, during these last 2 years. I literally had to reinvent myself, and I had to figure out every little piece of the puzzle, like everything that has went.
$2 super chat from Dead Dog. What proving himself to kids, perhaps? Yeah, it seems like he was like desperate for attention or something like that. He was always friends, but not but not best friends, and like he always wanted to like stay in the group or whatever. It seems like he was like just desperate for that attention or whatever, and then when he had attention from outside, he'd probably be willing to leave or whatever, similar to what he did with the Van Oscar and everything.
Wrong in my life, I had to look at, pinpoint, and say why. So that carried over into my YouTube life. And I was in a group of about 8 to 10 guys. And at all times, we were all just cracking jokes, having fun. And it was for so many years, it was so much fun. But eventually, after a while, that side of my brain caught up to me. And instead of having fun, I felt like I was just back into a constant state of proving myself. Because I knew that I wasn't the biggest in the group. I knew that, I was down the pecking order as far as subscribers, views, relevancy, whatever. So I kind of felt like I just had to keep proving myself. And I kept hitting this wall that I couldn't get past because I realized, like, I'm funny, but I'm not the funniest. I never had, like, a character like the other guys had. I felt outside of it.
Okay. So people might have different opinions about what he just said there. In all actuality, I think, if you were a Mini Lad fan, I was a Mini Lad fan, he did stand out. He did his Ask Minis, which was really fun. He always sat here and did those raps and had his good moments, which if you're in the Van Oscar, it seems like, yes, you're a group of friends playing, but as a viewer standpoint, each member has their standout thing. Moose Knuckle, it's the dad jokes. Wildcat, it's pretty much any character he acted like back then, whether he was talking all southern or something like that, or if it was the whole pun cake thing or whatever. And each character had their own each member of the group had their own thing, their own standouts from time to time. Terrorizer with his Arnold voice and stuff like that. Minnie did have his own standout stuff, I believe. And if he didn't feel it, which that's what he's talking about, he says to him he felt like he needed to prove himself, and he felt like he was back when he was in school. He always had to prove himself. He always had to do more. He needed that extra attention. That's what he felt like. And now that carried over into the YouTube thing after a while. He felt like he needed to have his own attention and grow bigger and be the biggest in the group. So he's pretty much speaking that, one, you can take that as him being selfish. Two, you can say that he was desperate for attention. But that still has nothing to do with why he's being canceled or whatever. That goes down to his private sexual tensions that he had and what he did behind closed doors. Now, he could just be speaking about one issue that he had, which was he left the group and then he talked bad about the group and all this other stuff. But, and he also had arguments and stuff. He got all mad that, like, Vanoss was in YouTube Rewind one time and he goes, you know, why am I in Rewind or whatever? And Wildcat goes, we are in Rewind. Vanoss is in there. He represents us. Mainlad goes, yeah, no, I don't want to be represented. You know, Wildcat and Minnie went off, or not off, but they went back and forth on Twitter about that. Again, it seems like it's the selfish and that attention that he wanted. And did that carry over? Did that affect some stuff? Maybe, but that has literally nothing to do with, like, the biggest allegation against you or anything else like that. It does kind of resolve, okay, that was your thought process, but we were already saying that for the longest time. When Minnie left the group and started talking bad about the group, people were already speculating, damn, are you, like, that attention seeking that you're not willing to stand together as a group and be one of the biggest gaming groups? Do you really need to be solely the biggest gamer or the biggest content creator out there that you will not accept that you can be part of one of the best and biggest gaming groups out there? We were already thinking that. We already knew this stuff. I wonder if it leads into something new that he's actually going to talk about, but again, none of that's really new. Now we know a backstory about him at school, but I mean, that could have been just assumed and all the other stuff, and I think it has been assumed. I already knew when he was leaving, it seemed like it was a selfish attention sort of move where he wants to be separated from them. I'm not in no Vanoss gaming group. I'm making my own content. I'm enjoying my time by myself. I don't need to play with no group. You know, and it kind of seems like, okay, but you were friends with them for years. There has to be some other reason. And yeah, we kind of already knew.
And that was one of the big reasons why I left and why I wanted to kind of do my own stuff, because I kept hitting this wall where I wanted to prove myself, and I was like, well, if I break away, I'll be able to prove myself. And I went about it the wrong way, where I was so focused on making sure that people wouldn't leave. This is a quote that I thought of that makes so much sense to me. Every day I cared so much about proving myself and trying not to make this career go away that in turn I lost my mind and I let my career go away. That to me was the foundation to add pieces of this puzzle up. And what do I mean by that? This is a really competitive space. YouTube nowadays, it's really, really competitive. And I always try to just stay above the curve, transition between whether it's games or Reddit reacts or meme streams or Call of Duty or whatever it may be, that I was so focused on that I never had time to myself. And this is leading into a bigger conversation that I want to have in this video, which is the mental state of a lot of creators. What do I mean by that?
Okay, so he's probably going to now talk on behalf of a lot of creators, which is, again, not a good thing. I don't think anybody's going to want to sit here and be spoken upon. Maybe it does relate. Maybe he does speak truly about the mental state of some content creators, but I don't think that's a good idea, especially since you're widely disliked, and you did some horrible things that other content creators would never do, ever. It's just there are a few bad eggs that tend to be content creators. It's not you all are the same, y'all are content creators, and y'all have a similar mind state or something like that, and you know that. It's like if I were to sit here and say, no, your mental state wasn't that, your mental state was this or whatever. That would be wrong of me, because how would I know? Why would I go off an assumption and judge someone on what mental state they're on? Regardless if they're telling the truth or lying, it's not my place to do it. So it's not his place to sit here and say, this is what a lot of content creators have. Again, I don't think it's just a good thing to bring up in general. In terms of what he said before about the group and how he broke off from the group and how he admitted that he went a bad way about doing it, he still ain't touching on anything specific about anything. It doesn't matter at this point. If he wants to mention Terrorizer and say what I did to Terrorizer was terrible and wrong, at least you would get some bonus points from me, at least. Maybe not the masses or whatever. Maybe people would be mad at you for bringing his name up. But at least you'd get some bonus points. At least publicly, you sat here and said what I did was screwed up to him. And what I said was awful. And I didn't mean to do that or something along the lines of that. Speak your heart out about that specific situation rather than just I went around about it the wrong way. Yeah, we all know. Welcome to humanity again, where we're saying the obvious and we all know. Maybe he's saying this because I'm just going to be optimistic and saying that maybe he's trying to actually bring up something good. Maybe he's saying this for his own fan base. Maybe his fan base are so keen on him being correct all the time. His fan base is so, look at him. He's perfect. He's a god. He did nothing wrong. He's perfect. He was chiseled from the heavens. Just maybe he sat here and thought, there's a lot of people who think that I did everything right. So let me sit here and admit a couple other things. And so my fan base and other commentary channels and their communities and other content creator fan bases, maybe we'll all be on the same page where, yes, I broke off from the group and I was wrong. Maybe he's saying that for his own fan base that believe he still did the right thing breaking off from the group and talking trash and treating and ruining relationships and friendships. Maybe he's saying that. Maybe he's doing it for that. I don't know. He probably didn't say it enough or wasn't specific enough for people to remember, though. I can totally see his fan base being like, oh, yeah, he didn't mean that. He meant to this. And I'm like, well, that's why specifics matter. That's why it really matters to be specific about that so we understand and we know, especially since you want to share all of this information, which some of it can be deemed private. You want to share all of this with us. You're not trying to move on. If you're going to continue to talk about it, you might as well get specific about it and tell us what you're talking about. But I don't know. Maybe he's doing that. Do you guys think he's trying to get his fan base to understand he screwed up, or do you think he's just spitting stuff out to seem liked? Because, oh my God, he said he broke off from the group right. He broke off the group in the wrong way. So he's good. He understands his mistakes. Do you think he's just doing it for that? Or do you think he's doing it because he's actually wanting his fan base to understand that he screwed up? Let me know. I misclicked in the prediction. I meant to click bad. Oh, you're good. You're good. I'll close that poll here in a second.
I honestly believe that if you, I mean, it's the same as like, you know, Disney stars and things like that, right? Where if you blow up whenever you're younger, you don't have enough time to grow as a person before your life gets taken out of your hands. My life was so focused.
All right, I'm going to pause it right there for 1 second. Give me 1 second. He talked about Disney stars real quick. I'm going to go back to that real quick because I do have an opinion on that. If you have a different opinion than me, my apologies that we disagree. But I do want to speak upon that real quick because I do have a quick opinion about that. So the Disney star thing, new poll, by the way, if you want to vote on the poll. How's the video going so far?
You're younger, you don't have enough stars and things like that. I really believe a lot of creators. What do I mean by that? I honestly believe that if you, I mean, it's the same as like, you know, Disney stars and things like that, right? Where if you blow up.
Zach, $10 super chat. He's trying to get people to feel bad for him again. What he's always done. Again, that seems likely.
You know, Disney stars and things like that, right? Where if you blow up whenever you're younger, you don't have enough time to grow as a person before your life gets taken out of your hands.
That is completely untrue. Now, has some superstars, or some Disney stars that turned into mega stars and singers and all that, have some of them sat here and their life is spun out of control? Yes, it has happened before. There has been some Disney stars who actually very well take all their fame and all those eyes and all those attentions and turns it into something good. Do you think Cameron Boyce, who passed away, and he actually won an award that was named after him, do you really think Cameron Boyce had his entire life spun out of control because he was a Disney star? Really? Dylan and Cole Sprouse, they turned out to be not only good actors after the fact, but they're doing what they want with their life and they're helping out. They're doing a good thing. I think the Dylan's the one I think that was Cole, or that was Zach, and Cole was Cody. I think I might have them confused, but anyways, Zach from Zach and Cody, he ended up making his own ale company or whatever, and doing very successful with that. Cody from Zach and Cody on Riverdale, great actor and everything like that. That's not true in terms of all stars, and that's the problem. You're speaking on behalf of everyone as if it's a bad thing, getting this mentality going that, oh, if you're a Disney star, you're doomed. No, that's not true. The same thing with content creators. If you're a content creator, at one point you're going to get canceled for major or minor things. Yeah, but that doesn't mean they're doomed or anything, and you're making it out to seem, oh, everyone gets doomed at some point, so don't get mad and upset with me. No, you screwed up. You did something, and you meant to do it. You are just a messed up person, and you shouldn't be on the platform for that reason. Go have a great life off of it, off the platform. Go meet a girl, have some kids, work a normal job. Go do what you gotta do. But that is completely incorrect, and not all Disney stars do that. Do you guys know any other Disney stars? Aren't some of the Smosh Group past Disney stars? Maybe. Jake Paul, for example. He was a Disney star, I think, for a bit or whatever, and then he turned content creator. Did he do messed up things and do some bad things? Of course he did. But is he a great boxer now and turning his life around and actually doing something different with his life? Yes. So no, he ain't losing control on his life at all. Even if you are locked into something where, yes, you're restricted because Disney's doing something, but there's always ways to get better past that, and that's just what you sign up for when you're a kid, or what your parents sign you up for as a kid. But again, there's laws and policies and a bunch of other things going across to protect kids going in to become Disney stars and becoming TV and movie stars at a young age. There are policies and laws protecting that, and we are obviously, as a society for the world, we are getting better at doing that. And so, no, it's not true. You don't lose control on everything to do with your life. Like Craig is saying, if you become a Disney star or content creator or whatever point he's trying to make, it's just simply not true. It does happen where your life might spiral out of control. It does happen, but there also are good people who are doing a good job. Miley Cyrus is getting significantly more better than what she did when she got out of Disney. Some people think it's all by choice. She purposely did it to show, hey, I got control of my life. That's up to you to decide whether or not you believe that. Night Guard, $50 super chat. Thank you very much. Craig's lying about not having a best friend in the group, but he was best friends with Brian and even Nogla. Brian claimed that he was very hurt about Craig's allegations towards him and having anti-mental illness views. I don't know about too much about that, but I do know he might have been close with Nogla. I don't know about that, but I did hear from somebody in the group that him and Brian were never really super close best friends. It just looked like that because of the videos and stuff like that, but they weren't really super close. I heard that from somebody in the group. Don't know if it's true, but I did hear it from somebody in the group at one point that Brian and Minnie weren't as close as it looks like, or what it did look like. They were never they were good friends, but they were never best buds friends or anything like that. That's what I heard. Heard could be incorrect, but that's what I did hear, and I want to put that out. Zendaya's a good one. Look at where she ended up going to, and look what she's getting into now. There are actors and actresses that started off at Disney Channel when they were kids, and they do have control of their lives. They do have a great ride along the way. It's not super rare or anything like that. It's not. It ain't like life is spiraling out of control. All right. All right, we'll continue.
My life was so focused on making sure I had content every day, that things didn't go away.
Night Guard, by the way, thank you for the $50 super chat. I used to put sticky notes up for the donations and everything like that, and I would do that again. But I'll just claim that Night Guard is the king or queen. Don't want to assume it at all, but of the live chat. So everyone put the crown emoji in for Night Guard because he has the highest dono. Put that out there right now. Put a crown in the chat. Thank you very much, Night Guard. Appreciate it.
That I didn't have time to grow as a person. There's a banger quote whenever Rob Lowe went on the Joe Rogan podcast. Say whatever you want about Joe Rogan. It's not about him, it's about Rob. And Rob Lowe is this guy you probably know from Parks and Rec, but he's been a celebrity, you know, since he was like 15 years old back in the 70s or 80s. And he said a quote that stuck with me, and that says, "From the moment you become famous, your mental state gets frozen in carbonite." What does that mean? That means that from the very second that you become famous, or all of a sudden your life gets taken out of your hands because of responsibilities outside of your control, you don't have enough room or space to grow anymore. For me, for example...
Okay, so because Rob Lowe said that, that applies to everyone. How many people believe that? Let's just do a quick poll in the chat real quick. What do you think about that? Do you think because you get famous and you get all this attention, whether you're a content creator, actor, sports superstar, singer, whatever, does your mental state get frozen and carbonated where you're not allowed to grow? Is that true? Just because you're famous, you're not allowed to grow mentally. It gets frozen. Is that true? Yes or no? Anybody? I personally don't think so, because there are plenty of people who can do it. There's people who can do it without drugs. There's people who can do it without having any big, huge mishaps. There are people out there who can do that. We've seen it. It's happened. When a celebrity passes away, people just talk nothing but good things. Like, has there anything been, like, I know one person that passed away, sorry, bring this up if anyone's going to get emotional about this, but I know Betty White just has passed away recently. Has she ever had any bad, super bad controversy of a bad action she did? Or did anyone have a fight with her? Or did she ever take any drugs? Or did she seem like her mental state was deteriorating? And does anybody know that? I don't know that. I've never heard a story about that. I've been a Betty White fan for a while. I've never heard that. So, because you're famous, your mental state gets frozen. This guy right here, coming from this guy, because he heard it from Rob Lowe. I'm sure when Rob Lowe was saying that, he was talking about himself or select people or whatever. Craig could be talking about select people here as well, but it's not for everybody. Betty White was probably the most perfect human. Yeah, and you can speak that upon a lot of people. A lot of people just seem like the perfect human, but that is not being perfect. They have their flaws, and they know they have their flaws, but they thrive on what they've gained in life, and they continue, no matter what is happening in life, they continue because they know the fight is always forward until they can no longer fight. There are plenty of good people out there. Someone mentioned Zendaya earlier. Has she ever had any bad controversy come out about her, or was addicted to drugs, or did anything of the sorts? I don't think so. Tom Holland, a new up-and-coming actor, they're actually in a relationship together and stuff like that. Tom Holland, has he have ever had anything like that? I don't think so. But don't worry, wait. Their mental health will freeze if it hasn't frozen already, and they'll be trapped, and they can't because they're famous. Yeah, whatever. He's trying to use this as a way to sit here and say, hey, look, sympathize with me. Sympathize with me. If you're speaking out because you want to speak out about a struggle you have, fine. But if you're speaking out about a struggle that you had or whatever, and it's in an attempt to sit here and get a message across like his, why getting canceled is the best thing to happen to me, if your attempt is to that, it just seems pathetic, and it seems like you're trying to get pity for what happened before, and it just should not happen by any means. Perfect isn't about being the best in every aspect. It's about thriving with what you have. Exactly. Not everyone, but yeah, I think so. Most people don't think they will get caught, and when it does catch up, it really hard to get over the internet. Never forget. Michael Jackson claimed fame ruined his childhood and that he could never get to have one. Uses that excuse to do very bad adult stuff to children. Mr. Beast, who is the best person to ever exist, still gets hate, and it's actually as dumb as it sounds. If you look at Mr. Beast's hate, it's boiled down to you rich, you give to other poor people. Alright, let's continue. Because
I was one of the only ones out of the group that really showed my face earlier on, I got recognized a lot. And 2019, 2020, I was getting recognized every time I left my apartment and my house. So I always felt like I had to put up this front. And especially living in LA, you always hear about how LA can make or break you. I thought I had it under control. For the longest time, I was like, I got this. I'm not letting LA take control of who I am. What it did, though, is I didn't have enough time to grow myself. So all of a sudden, everything that was around me became what I was. Down to the
So if he knew going into LA that he wasn't going to turn into that and he wasn't going to have that, why didn't he have any notice when it did happen to him? So like he knew right before, and right before he moved to LA, wasn't he still pretty big? Yeah, by the way, he did blame an entire city. LA took control. Yeah, by the way, we'll skip that part because I think a lot of people, especially people from LA who love the city and they have a lot of great things out there. The Corridor Crew, they live out in LA and they do all their videos out there. Are they corrupt? Did they get taken over by LA? I don't think so. Corridor Crew is actually a pretty good channel. But he did just sit here and say, didn't he, where he sat here and said that before he moved to LA, he wasn't going to have that happen. He had that forethought that I'm going to keep that in my mind. I'm not going to let it happen. He was still pretty big at that time, right? Was he still pretty big right before he moved to LA? He was still pretty big, right? Still had millions of subscribers, millions of views on some of his videos. So if he was that big and he already had that fame and already had all that attention, why hasn't it already happened? Why did it only happen in LA? So now his excuse is that he's going to blame it on the environment that he lived in LA? His experiences in LA? Maybe the air's just different in LA and makes you go cuckoo and want to do stuff with minors? What? That makes no sense to his actions that he did.
clothes I wore, which I wore very different clothes growing up. All of a sudden, I tried to wear whatever I thought was...
That's a good point that Drillian just brought up. He had to have been big to even be able to move to LA. Exactly. Fly says, the air made me do it. Yeah.
It's cool. I bought things that I thought that would lead to people liking me. Should I have bought...
Same attention
I was
seeking.
2 years old when I bought a $3.2 million house and a Ferrari in the same month, and I bought that Ferrari outright. And I realized that that is an awful idea. Who would have thought? Because of the...
What? Why is it an awful idea? If you have the money to go out and buy expensive things, why is it a bad idea? Why is that a bad idea to go out and do that? Is it buying the house and the $3.2 million house and buying the Ferrari? Is that what the bad thing is? At TJV, he didn't have enough time to grow mentally, so he was a child that liked children. Mini Lad 2022 excuses. Yeah, he might have flexed his Ferrari and his house and all that, but why? What? He's trying to make the point that he was trying to sit here and prove himself. He bought stuff that people would like him if he bought it. But you didn't like that either? You only bought that because of other people would like it? You wouldn't like a Ferrari and a $3.2 million house? You had the money to do it. You bought it. That has nothing to do with it. Nobody online is sitting here saying, you're some rich snob. Nobody's going up to you like they are to Mr. Beast saying, you're rich and I don't like you because you're rich. No one ever has came up to you and said that. And if they have, it's been so minor numbers that it was so easy for you to like move on and forget and put in your past that it shouldn't have bothered you that much. You shouldn't have been bothered by people saying that. How is sitting here saying that you bought a Ferrari and a $3.2 million house anything to do with you being canceled? It isn't. There's nothing. Yes, you might have bought those things so people liked you and it ties into that aspect, but still, you didn't like the $3.2 million house or the Ferrari either. You only bought it because it just seems unlikely. I'm sorry. I'd like a Ferrari and a $3.2 million house. Yup, it turns out you're going to get canceled online if you end up buying a Ferrari and a $3.2 million house. Elon Musk, watch out. I'm sure you have a Ferrari and I'm sure you have a house over $3.2 million. You're going to be canceled next. You're going to be canceled next, Elon Musk. Watch out. At TGV, imagine how his parents are feeling. Oh, I bet his parents are just fine. I bet his parents could really... He's an adult. His mistakes will follow him, not his parents. And they shouldn't. God forbid, if he was my fucking kid, I would be like, okay, I don't want to see you for a long time. You go do your own. You screwed up so bad. It's kind of disappointing. And yes, I maybe his parents are disappointed in him. I have no idea. I don't know his family situation. I know he posted a picture of his family. I think his parents were in this picture on Instagram. I'll show this real quick. This is public too. I'm not showing anything private. I think those are his parents right there. I think. I'm not 100%. And that's probably his brother or something. But yeah. But yeah, living in LA, buying a $3.2 million house, buying a Ferrari, breathing in that air, trying to impress people, led to me being canceled. So what I got from this part. Because it doesn't correlate. I don't see how this correlates to anything. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm speaking too soon. Maybe it's gonna be an gotcha. It does connect, and maybe I'm wrong, but we'll wait and see.
Foundation of just trying to prove to people that I want to be something, I realized that I started to buy things where I didn't have enough confidence in my own personality. So I was like, well, if I buy these nice cars and these nice houses and I dress well and I have the nicest designer shoes, Gucci hoodies, whatever it may be, that maybe people will like me for the things that I have compared to the content of my character.
And that has to do with what? People go through that all the time. Sometimes people will buy a nice car or whatever, or buy something for their car or a nice part for their car. I'm in a little car community where I'm from here, and people do that all the time. They'll add something just, look it, does this look cool or whatever, instead of doing what they want to do with their own car and enjoy it. It happens all the time in the car community. I see it. Or I may assume that's why they're doing it. Even if you do that, what does that have to do with you being canceled and you doing the horrible things that you did? If he's trying to make the point that it ended up deteriorating his friendships with the people in the crew, okay. But that wasn't the main reason why you were canceled. You would have still succeeded in life even if you had this big fight with the Vanoss crew. He did. Him and Terrorize went back and forth on live streams, and he was still getting big. He was still growing huge. That didn't make him lose his subscribers. What did is the obvious thing, which is him and his relationship with Ash and Hallie and what he did. That's what got him canceled. And I don't see why. I don't know. It's confusing, but we're trying to make sense of it. We're trying our best. Craig will never speak out about this or get in contact with me. I don't think, at least. I have no way for me to even contact him if I could. But if I could contact him, or if I knew a way to contact him, I certainly would. And I would try to ask these questions, being like, dude, why? I've just continued with all the questions I've had so far on the stream.
That was another door open. And again, this is things that I've learned in therapy. I think everything that I've learned, I'm not going to be able to tell all in this video. It's just going to be little tidbits throughout, future videos, which we'll get to in a bit. But especially...
So there's going to be future videos where he talks about this. So guys, if anybody's watching and then you dislike me and you dislike my content and you've been on a hate train about me and you think I'm just milking this, I'm sorry. But yes, there will be more mini-led content if he's going to continue to sit here and try to talk about his therapy sessions. And hey, I'm going to give advice to everybody because this is why I learned. You guys should learn it too. So even though his therapy session is going to be 100% unique to him, and I doubt it will ever sit here and correlate, and maybe he'll compare, maybe EDP445 will learn something from him or something like that, but it won't be anybody who's just a regular watcher who's pretty innocent to it, especially his viewers that most definitely are younger. So sorry if if the mini-led content coming up is going to be a lot, but I'm not on board with him sitting here talking about advice for therapy and all that stuff. And especially if he's going to be talking about the whole drama and he's not really talking about the drama. He's talking about the therapy stuff from the drama, which is still about the drama because we all wanted him to go get therapy and get better for him. We were all like, leave YouTube, go get therapy. But the main message was to get off YouTube and stay off and get therapy so you don't commit these acts with somebody that you know in person, let's say at a job that you have in the future, or that, you go do like a party or something like that. Something that has nothing to do with YouTube or you being on YouTube. We wanted him to have therapy so he doesn't continue with his actions. But we also wanted him off YouTube, so he only listened to one of those things. So there's also going to be me chanting, "Get the fuck off YouTube," but whatever.
When I lived in that house, you know, this is a 4,200 square foot house. This was, the whole bottom floor was just open and empty and hollow. And I'm a Northern Irish farm town boy, right? I'm used to family and tradition and, God, I hate every time I say family, I think of Vin Diesel. God damn it. Family and tradition and just...
Okay, I think we can all agree whenever someone does family, we think of Vin Diesel. But you don't seem like a guy who's all family tradition. Your old Mini Lad videos, yes. I can see, yeah, he probably did come from a family with a lot of traditions. You know, probably lived up in a strict household, had good parents, was raised well. Yes, we can see that in your early days, but you really shifted into something entirely. So if you're going to be talking about your $3.2 million house, 4,000 square feet, completely open first floor, at this point, you're not that.
Working off each other's backs and, you know, everything is, you care about your little tribe and community around you, and I love that. But from the second that you become a content creator, your privacy really just gets thrown out the window. Like, the amount of...
Not true. Oh my god, I hate when people say this. When you become a celebrity, your privacy is just gone. Seriously? So, like, whenever we hear something shocking from somebody, it's just, oh... That was private, though. Everything else about them was public. Their privacy's all out the window. They got zero privacy. That's a complete fucking lie. You live in LA. People are expecting celebs, content creators to be in LA. If you wanted privacy, don't live in LA. Don't vlog every second of your life. Every major thing that happens in your life, don't vlog it. Don't put it out there. Do you guys really think your privacy's out the window because you have over 1 million subs? Really? He's talking like he's one of the most revered people on the planet, and everywhere he goes, people will recognize him. That's not true. How? What? Your privacy is not out the window. I've never understood that. People sit here and... I don't mean to sit here to gloat and bring up my ego, but I've had family that don't understand YouTube, and when I say, hey, I make money off of YouTube sometimes and all XYZ, they go, wow, you must be a big YouTuber and everything. People must recognize you all the time. And I tell them all the time, no. No, life is completely normal for me. Because I don't live somewhere where, one, the entire surrounding area of where I live watch my videos. I don't live in LA or somewhere big where there's more of a chance for someone to recognize me. No. The entire time I've been on YouTube, and trust me, I haven't had a ton of videos that have been big. My channel's really not that big or anything. But I've had only 1 or 2 times someone's come up to me that doesn't know me in real life that has recognized me from something online. There was this one person on TikTok who uploaded my Ohm Wrecker interview I did with him, and that got millions of views. One of my good friends now, he saw that video before he met me, but he met me for a while, didn't realize it was me, and then about 2-3 months into us being friends, he goes, oh, I saw you in that video that one time. That's it. That's it. And it's because of sort of the place I live too. Yes, there might be a lot of people from Iowa who might have watched my videos, and I live in Iowa, but it ain't like they're going to recognize me or be looking for me or be thinking about me on the streets. When you go to LA, there's a lot of tourists. Yes, they're going to be looking out for you, especially if you're going to go to a VidCon. If you want privacy, don't go to fucking VidCon. You want privacy? Then don't have this demonetization tour that you did with Big Jiggly Panda. What? I just don't understand. Privacy is not thrown out the window. There's plenty of privacy yet you can have, and especially if you work towards that privacy, and that's just part of having that job. If you're going to be well known, part of the job is maintaining your privacy, and if you don't do a good job of that and you complain about it, I'm going to say sorry, but you're whining and you're being a bitch about it. You didn't even work to have your privacy in check and secured. So you can work to having good privacy. It's all up to how much work you put into it. And you probably need to put as much work into it as you do into your acting gigs or your content creation. You got to keep that privacy worked on. You can't just throw it out the window and say, oh, I'll get privacy. No, you got to work towards that. Do you guys agree with me on that whole privacy thing or not? Yes or no? Let me know. If you guys have a different opinion, share it with me and let me know.
Of stories you hear from YouTubers, TikTokers, whoever it may be, having to say, hey, I appreciate you as a fan, but please don't come near my house, is staggering. There was a story from a YouTuber.
There are fans who do that, and it's revealed that somebody lives there, and sometimes it's by absolute coincidence. I 100% agree, but you're talking about a very, 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 very small percent. There's even content creators that want to sit here and say that a fan did it when it's obviously staged or whatever, and they're doing it for views or whatever, but it's very rarely that stuff really happens. I don't see every single content creator online saying it, and most of the time, people are decent. They're like, okay, you live here, cool. I mean, it's cool to know that information, but it ain't like people are going to go out and spread around, oh, this person lives there. Does it happen sometimes? Yes. I'm not downplaying that it has happened sometimes, but I don't think that happens all the time.
I'm not going to say, and I may be butchering this story, but it was something like this. Iranian couple was coming over to the country that this YouTuber was in, and the kid was like, oh, I wanted to meet so-and-so YouTuber. Here's his address. And they went on holiday from Iran to this country, and they went out of their way to go stalk this YouTuber, the parents as well. And they went to the door, and the YouTuber opened up, and they were like, hey, like, can we come in and get like a cup of tea? Can we, can we get some food? Can we meet you? Can we do whatever? And it's like, hey, this is my home. This is my private space. You can't be doing this. And they got upset about it. Like, how like, you are my son's hero, and you're just gonna like disregard him like that. And it's just, there's so much.
Two things here. One, actual Sour Patch Panda said in the chat, TJV, I think Eminem is the same way. He doesn't like fan interaction because he wants his privacy. Exactly. And I think Eminem does do a good, if you were to ask him on average, saying, hey, do you have good privacy even though you're a big celebrity? I'm sure Eminem would be like, yeah. There are a few incidents here and there, but yes, I do have good privacy. I do think he would admit that. Justin Bieber was one of the most, sought after people for paparazzi, but I'm sure he still has good privacy to this day. I'm sure he found a way to maintain it. And it's just about work. It takes progress to have good privacy as a famous person, and it is doable. Him sitting here bringing up the story about a family coming and knocking on his door, hey, this is my home, this is my privacy. Yes, you might be talking about one of the incidents, but all you gotta do is say, hey, this is my property, and if they don't leave, call the police. Boom, it's over. It ain't like your privacy is at jeopardy now just because one person knows where you live or anything like that. Unless they have the intent to leak it and then a ton of people show up and all XYZ, But again, it all depends on the specific situation. You're talking about if these situations, Craig, I'm talking to Craig here. You're talking about if these situations happen all the time. And that once you get famous, it is inevitable that it's going to happen. I seriously doubt that. I'm sure there are some big YouTubers out there who have never sat here and had someone show up to their house because they did a good job prepping the situation for those privacy-related incidents. And it's just about the amount of work you put into it. You can do it. You can maintain your privacy and do your own things that you want in life. You really can. But whatever.
Pressure put upon the content creator nowadays, it is unfathomable. Especially because this is something that whenever I used to work a lot with YouTube, like YouTube used to call me up, and I used to do panels and stuff for YouTube Talk. I remember I had this one with Anthony Padilla. This is 2016, and I was talking like one of the CEOs of Intel and CFOs of other companies and whatever, and we were talking about why brands should promote and make, put adverts on YouTube and have sponsorships and everything. And the example that I use is this. Traditional celebrities, right? Think of my original example was Will Smith, but he's having fun. He'll be fine. You got your Will Smiths or your Justin Biebers or, any of the Kardashians, whatever it may be. Traditional celebrities. You have no chance of meeting them. You may love their music, their movies, their, whatever it may be.
Is it because their privacy is well maintained?
Whatever art they put out. You may really, really like that, but you have little to no chance of meeting them. But the reason why social media blew up is because all of a sudden, the people that you watched, the YouTubers that you watched, you became attached to them. And it became more of like a friend on the couch telling you to do stuff rather than a celebrity,
Just like how your younger audience are like thinking of you as a friend on the couch, and they're going to listen to your advice that you're trying to give out when you're not educated or professional to be giving out that advice. A little ironic there, We should come up with an emoji for ironic stuff. Someone here, we should come up. Someone make a. You can't really. Somebody come up, like, have an emoji that just seems a bit ironic. Whenever something ironic pops up in this video, boom, put that emoji out there. You know, like mind explode. Like, oh yeah, really? I don't know. That'd be funny.
They became friends. So all of a sudden, that security and privacy boundary went out the window, where you could get families coming to other YouTubers' houses without a worry in the world. There's a million different stories from a million different YouTubers. But basically, the privacy is gone. So getting back to what I was saying.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Another lie. Caught it here first. Privacy's not gone. You can maintain it. It depends on how much work you put into maintaining it. And sometimes you got to put just as much work into maintaining your privacy as you do your actual craft and your work that you do to become a celebrity in the first place.
Where you can't grow. It is nearly impossible to grow. And I also thought that's why a lot of really, really high-profile people do drugs. Because
did I not just say earlier about the privacy, about all of the other stuff? That's why some high-profile people do some drugs. I just said earlier, there's a way to go about all of that. It's down to the individual and their situation. No, not all not even, I wouldn't even say some. Dude, oh my God. Oh, he's really going into like the very, very, very specific celebrity tropes. Like, okay, you're a celebrity, you're famous, you must be stalked all the time. There must be people at your doorstep all the time, and you must have a bunch of cocaine down on your dining room table all the time. It's not like that. It's not like that. Yes, there are some people who do the drugs and do that. I understand that completely. And, you know, sometimes you could do drugs and be completely fine doing them. Marijuana is being in legal places, and there's been obviously celebrities who have been doing it for a very long time. Does that mean there's some sort of druggy celebrity? No. Nobody, I think, would be going up to, you know, Seth Rogen and think that he's one of the biggest druggies ever. Even though, yes, he's done a ton of drugs and everything, he hasn't been successful and had his own privacy throughout life. Oh, but because of the privacy and because they're bothered so much, that's kind of why they go to drugs. High-profile people do drugs. I'm into a few singers and YouTubers, and not all of them do drugs. Yeah. Oh, my God. Dude, if he hits another celebrity trope throughout this video, being like, I'm a celebrity, you know, blah, 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 XYZ, or even trying to bring up other celebrities or other YouTubers and brings up another trope, I'm going to lose my fucking mind. Oh my God.
they have no room in their life to grow as people, but they want to feel that organic happiness, and the only way they can really do that is by taking drugs.
So according to Minilad, professional advice, by the way. He was a content creator. He did some bad stuff with some minors. He had a couple therapy sessions throughout, not a couple. He had, maybe a few. Let's just take his word. He had 3 different therapists and a ton of therapy sessions. He goes out into the woods. He writes into his journal. He lets everything out, and he knows everything that you need to know. He sits here and just says in a recent video that high-profile people, celebrities, privacy's all gone. Because privacy's all gone, they want to feel that happiness, because obviously they're not getting that happiness with all that attention and that love and fan mail and that support and all that. Sometimes they just want to feel happy, and they can't do it organically anymore. So what do? Drugs. So let's tear down the DARE program that we teach young kids and say, hey, we'll keep the DARE program if you want to be a cop or a firefighter or a doctor. But if you want to be a celebrity, you want to go into sports and be a professional sports player, you want to be a YouTuber, an actor, an actress, drugs is the way to go. Because you won't feel organically happy. You need the happiness from drugs. Don't do drugs, by the way. No, that's not the one. Yes, some people might just want to feel something for once and they want to do drugs. Yes, that does happen sometimes. But is that reason why high-profile people want to do drugs? No. That is not the sole reason across the board why people want to do that. God, I really, really hope that kids watching this ain't really taking this to heart as much, but it might actually happen. That reminds me of that Twitch streamer, which is a girl that had a stalker that sold everything he had to go to that Twitch streamer's country and camp out in a Starbucks and catch that streamer. Just talk about what you did wrong, please. Like, the only reason why people pay attention to you. Yeah, I don't understand. It almost sounds like he's avoiding the subject. Oh, wait, he is. It's not like he got caught with a hooker or an 8-ball of snow. What is Mini Lad trying to say here? Yeah, what is he trying to say here? Dude, oh my god, I'm so roped into, like, his thinking right now. I'm like, dude, what you're saying is so stupid. But wait, this video's stupid. What am I saying? The hell am I even watching this right now? Why can't everyone just, like, unsub and stop watching his videos and stop hitting that like button? Because that's the only thing keeping him going right now.
Because after a while, you know, like even on my stand-up comedy tour, like I loved every single second of it. But if you're on tour like Metallica has or whatever, like for 40 years, the idea of going on stage just becomes monotonous. It becomes repetitive. It becomes job. You know, it's the age of...
Okay, so does that only apply to celebrities and famous people, or does that also apply to everyday people with jobs? Where it's almost like what we talked about in the beginning. What he's going to say at the end is, you know, don't do drugs. You know, write stuff down in a journal. Do this, do that. You know, he's probably going to switch to that. Or two, he's going to compare that to himself and sit here and say that I did those bad things with those minors and treated my friends like crap because that was my drug. Which would be even stupider, but he might. Oh my god. Why? Why is it? Yeah, okay, so bands, and I'm into a bunch of 80s bands. My dad went to a lot of concerts and all that other stuff. There are some bands still from the 80s who are kicking it and doing a great job. And still going. And yes, they did a lot of drugs, but it wasn't the reason because it felt like a job. Isn't because it was so... monotonous or whatever the hell he said, repetitive. He just got too much. It wasn't the fun of going on stage wasn't there anymore. What? Okay, so if you're a singer and you've been on stage a lot, so like Justin Bieber, for example, he must be tired of it. He's been doing that stuff since what? He was 14, 15 years old. He must be tired of it by now, right? He must be done with it. He must be doing drugs, like something hard, like cocaine or something like that, because he can't handle it anymore. Oh, or does he have the key to life where he's one of those perfect beings and he can't do it? None of this makes any sense. Are you trying to make the comparison to yourself, or are you trying to make the comparison to someone else? I have no idea right now.
Old cliche saying. I found out cliche sayings, once you actually like experience what they mean, you're like, oh, that makes sense. I realized that life is about the journey. You need to enjoy the ride. You need to enjoy the journey. Don't focus on the destination. An example that I heard.
So that's what all that meant? The privacy, the drugs, everything else that you were trying to make like comparisons to yourself to a celebrity was what I learned. You got to enjoy the ride. Don't focus on the destination. You have to enjoy the ride. Dipshit, we know that. A lot of people know that. There's some people who get lost and can't do it, such as yourself, but a lot of people can do that. So don't compare one of the biggest rock bands. He said who? Justin Bieber, Will Smith, Kardashians. Don't sit here and say what Will Smith did on stage had nothing to do with that at all. He got upset because his emotional impulse control. He looked at his wife. His wife seemed upset or whatever. I don't know. But he had his own reason to go do that. It wasn't because it got repetitive for him to go to the Oscars and hear those jokes all the time where he resulted in slapping Chris Rock. I have no idea why he's trying to do it. He's probably trying to make himself seem like a big celebrity. And like I said, he's probably going to say, though, what I did bad was my drugs, was my, mistake that a bunch of other celebrities make. When no, you're just like a bunch of other celebrities that are just bad people that are in great situations, and eventually bad people in great situations will fall because they don't deserve it.
Was if you're lost in a forest, you don't know your way out. There's no rivers, there's no anything. You don't know what time of day or night it is.
Get ready for the philosophical sort of part of the video.
And you feel lost. You don't really know where to go. Instead of worrying about that, if you just take one step at a time, those little...
Life is a ride. You got to enjoy it. I'm already sick of this generic, no-thought advice that everyone spews. It's extra annoying getting that advice from a pedophile who deserves no forgiveness. And people wonder, why is TJV milking? Why is he milking the mini lad situation? Why is he continuing to talk about drama? Why can't you just leave mini lad alone? It's because he continues to sit here and seem like he's better than what he is, and he is actually roping people in to believe this shit. Look at the comments. I'm not even kidding. These comments, a lot of these are just crazy for mini lad, and I just don't understand it. So what I can do, because I'm so upset about it, and why bitch about it when I can do something about it, I'm here to speak and point out the flaws I think there is in the video. If you disagree with me and you think he's on the right track and you think he's an angel and a saint, fine, then roll with it. Share your opinion. Do what you gotta do. But by sitting here trying to defend him as much as you possibly can, you got to understand and realize he did make these mistakes, and that what he is saying now, especially in this video, has nothing to do with him. He totally seems like a pity story. I thought a little bit when he talked about the whole high school thing. I'm like, okay, maybe there's something there. But it turned out to be nothing. We're way past that point. We're not talking about that anymore. Now he's getting philosophical and trying to compare things to him. I'm going to actually I don't know how I'll do that. I was going to do like a breakdown and like cut these sections up, being like, this is the philosophical section. This is the things that mean absolutely nothing. So if you see this color for this timestamp, don't go to it, because it absolutely means nothing for the entire video. I bet I can shorten this video down to less than a minute with everything that you actually will learn and get from this video. Everything else will be thrown out of your head within 24 hours. So, nobody else speaks about the situation, and he gets people back. I don't blame you for speaking up, and I never knew he came back at TJV. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. The only goal I'm trying to do is be able to spread awareness that this guy is not a guy that deserves to be on the platform, and a lot of what he's saying is either incorrect, not true, or just downright infuriating to hear, and I'm trying my best to explain it. I see a lot of people in the chat are also trying to explain why they think it's infuriating, and I appreciate you guys doing that.
Little steps, you'll eventually, as time goes on, make your way out of the forest. Like, it's little things like that I love. Also, David Goggins. Please, if you take away anything from this video, please read this book. I literally have a David Goggins wristband on. Hold on. If you are lost and you don't really know where to start, I don't read. Please, for the love of God, read this or listen to this. I've listened to this book 5 different times. It is about a guy who's 300 pounds working for a place called Ecolab, where he was cleaning out cockroaches. He wanted to change his life around. He needed to lose 110 pounds in 3 months to join the Navy SEALs. I'm not going to ruin the rest of the story for you, but now he is one of the best people as far as motivation goes, because he doesn't just say it, he lives it. I mean, fuck, I got a signed version. This changed my life. This book changed my life, and I'm not a guy who reads. But now I realize
I clicked off the video real quick. I didn't mean to do that, but I'm going to sit here and say real quick, is this video why getting canceled is the best thing to happen to him or not? Like, now he's getting down to, like, recommending books for us. I wonder how many people are actually going to go through and read that book. Okay, we were right here. I know where we were. Sorry. I'll just keep going because I don't got words for it, or appropriate words for it right now.
Reads. But now I realize I am covered in books. That's what happens when you go off the internet. At the end of the day, I'm
Yep, you read books, apparently, when you get off the internet.
nowhere near perfect. I'm a lot further than where I was. I realize that the whole journey of life is to strive for perfection, knowing that perfection doesn't exist. Every day you just do something that's a little bit...
You know, we're just taught those things at a young age, you know, parents, school, you know, anything motivational that you've ever learned throughout your life. We just learn that early on in life. It doesn't take us, you know, talking to minors and doing stuff with minors to learn that stuff. Like we know this stuff. Most people know this stuff. And if you want to be an advocate and help people, then go spend money, go donate, go raise money for charities that will help people. Not yourself, though, because you're not capable of doing that. You are capable of doing that, but you're not deserving to do that at all. And nobody should be taking advice and learning this stuff from you. They just shouldn't.
Further towards where you want to be. I mean, David Goggins even says it himself. Do something every day that's uncomfortable. Whether it's working out, whether it's confronting something. He has this thing called the accountability mirror, which you just stare yourself in the mirror, you put post-it notes of the things around you that you want to fix, and you look deep into your eyes and look into your soul and say, who are you? Who are you? And I've cried in front of that mirror many a times, because now and again you'll come across realizations organically. It's just something like the gym you need to work at. Mental strength, it's just putting your reps in. That's what it is. It's not like I'm gonna go 4 sessions of therapy and
Hi, Maid. What is he saying right now? So, you put sticky notes around a mirror and look deep in your eyes. What did the sticky notes have to do with you looking in your eyes? He never said. And he did it, and he cried in front of that mirror, which I have no idea was the intended goal of looking into that mirror or not. Maybe it was. I don't know. Maybe there's not a goal out of it because you should just do it and it'll lead you to the path of success or whatever the fuck the guy had to say to you in that book and what you took from it. Okay, cool. I get that. That's cool. You do your own thing. Are you advising people to start doing this? Are you giving advice, or are you what are you doing? Nobody's coming here to say, "Hey, how was your therapy session?" This video's not even titled "How Your Therapy Session." It's why getting canceled is the best thing to happen to me. Are you saying the best thing that happened to you is all these little things that you're now doing with your life? You're speaking out and being way more open than your therapist. That's the best thing that came out of it? You're looking in the mirror and you're crying and you put the sticky notes and you read this book. That's the best thing that happened to you? Again, what this video is, like he said in the beginning, is him rambling and talking about stuff that has absolutely nothing to do with it. But what it leads to is people in the comments praising him, that he's being honest and he's opening up. Glad you could start posting again. You really topped up on some key points that are really important. God, USOPP. What is really important that he's talking about here? What is it? There is nothing important that he's talking about here. If you're a fan of Mini Lad, yeah, maybe this is important to you. Maybe this is life-changing for Mini Lad and you want to know everything about his life. Sure. But this is not important to anything about him being canceled or what he did in his past actions. That is what we want. That is what we're looking for. We're looking for him to sit. He never sat. That apology video was complete garbage that he put out. If he was putting out a good apology video now, you're a little too late, but we'd actually appreciate you putting some effort in for once. If he was leaving the platform, finally. But sitting here rambling on about your therapy and all these philosophical things and therapeutic things that you think will help other people, newsflash, it won't, because if someone actually has mental health issues or needs therapy or, hell, needs something philosophical in their life, they won't go to you. They should be going to someone who's a professional or well more educated than you are to go do that. TJV, he fell asleep thinking he said something inspirational and left a comment. I don't know. Those have to be bots? No, I think they're just people who want to do it. Zach with $5 super chat. He's so confusing. Also, I love that you still are trying to shine light on this. I appreciate it, but there's, as you can see, you know, we've had a lot of viewers so far on the stream, and 94 is nothing to scoff at, but there's still a lot of more people watching his video than they would be watching mine. So if he's going to continue to do this, it's going to take a lot more work out of me to get that light showing. I do hope that other content creators, especially other commentary channels, even commentary channels that might not like me or might have had rocky past with me, Crows of Judgment, Sen, Chilled Venom, you know, even some good commentary channels I've gotten along with for a long time, Sensitive Society, Briz, you know, other commentary channels out there, regardless of who it is. More people who bring light to this, the better, I believe.
And I'm going to be in tip-top. No, therapy is a lifelong thing. I am now going to therapy every week. I want to for the rest of my life. Because life is the way that it is, you are going to be confronted with things that you don't like.
Welcome to humanity. If you didn't know that, that's something that every human, realizes, deals with, and learns at a young age. If you didn't know. The best way to sum up Greg, you can work out and change yourself physically, but that doesn't change anything else. I believe he's claiming to go to therapy in order to get people off his back, or for pity, sympathy, whatever else. I think he actually did go to therapy, but I don't know if he's going into therapy as much as he's saying he is. I would love to see another Briz video on this. His jokes are way too good. They are, and honestly, the only reason why, like, I was a big fan of Chilled Venom early on in his videos was because Chilled Venom reminded me of Briz when he was a smaller YouTube channel, and Briz has just done such a good job with his channel. Honestly, a Briz or a Chilled Venom making a video about this would be really good. I'd really enjoy that. That would be really good. I hope one of them do it. I'd even take like Crow, because Crow, he'll really go to town and be like, but I don't know if they would have the same opinions as me, but I do think they would do a good job talking about it. You know, even Sensitive Society does a good job talking about controversy like this and stuff like that. He does a good job picking apart the sort of thing and I think all of them could bring something new to the table if they talked about it, if I'm being honest, but maybe it's not their interest, or maybe they don't think there's something new to be brought to the table if they talk about it, but I think so.
Death. Injury. Things I've said before. Death, you know, something going on with the family, something going on in your personal life. I don't know, like, I had...
Death, family, something going on with your personal life. Boppity boopity. Okay. Welcome to humanity, Craig. We know this.
No gas in my apartment for 3 months because of a Texas freeze at the beginning of the year.
Okay. Are you going to say that that's just life and you need therapy sometimes for it?
So I had to make it work. You know, like, there's little things. Maybe big things. But if you're able to work on yourself every single day, you're able to adapt to everything that's around you, because times are moving so fucking quickly that for you to be able to keep up and feel like you're on top of things, you could use a swimming pool analogy, you know?
Brace your guys' self. You guys ready? You guys ready for the analogy? Another analogy, you know? Getting out of that forest and all that stuff like you did before. Here comes another one. Yeah, are you guys ready? I hope you guys are.
To keep your head above water, to feel like you're not constantly drowning, you need to put the reps in. And you need to be able to adapt to everything that's going on in your life, because
yeah, we've known he's lived in Texas for a while.
My life went from everything to nothing. If I didn't adapt, I'd be in a fucking psych ward.
No shit. And you probably should be right now. Did you ever face any real crime for what you did? No, they couldn't do anything about it. Okay, well, are you holding yourself accountable? Yeah, I'm going to therapy. Trust my word, I'm going to therapy, even though I've lied to you before. Okay, sorry, we don't think that's good enough. Don't blame us for shitting on you for the next 5 to 10 years if you're gonna stay on the platform for that long. Don't blame us, because you did something wrong. You know you did something wrong. You're claiming you're doing it. You're not known to be trusted, and now, which I have a bigger problem with, not a bigger problem, but just as big of a problem, is that now he's trying to give all this life advice out because he went through it all. Dude, really? If I wanted to hear something inspirational, I would go watch somebody who's actually been through shit that, like, relates to me. Nobody will relate to this guy. Nobody. Maybe tidbits here and there, like buying the rich shit. Yeah, maybe a YouTuber will relate to that shit. Maybe you leaving your friends. But even then, that's on a whole different scale. You're on YouTube and views. It's not relatable as much as you think it is. Stuff with minors. Oh, yeah. A bunch of ex-cons are going to fucking relate to you. Now, I bet ex-cons that went in for the same reason. That's what I'm speaking about. I doubt they would even care to listen to this guy at all. They'd be like, yeah, that guy got off lucky.
Maybe dead. Who knows? I know that's very
EDP 445. Yeah, maybe he'll relate to you.
extreme. You're like, he's just saying that for.
Oh, what do you say?
Who knows? I know that's very extreme. You're like, he's just saying that for. It's an example. There is no better feeling than feeling happiness within yourself.
Thanks for letting me know that.
I think.
I almost didn't get that. Good thing that you said that, so I don't say it to you.
Like the tour, I felt happiness and pride, but I've never felt true happiness from the time I wake up to the time I go to bed. There's been glimpses of happiness. We're like happy and then just constantly neutral, and then a little bit more, maybe a little bit down. But now it's just you want to elevate that. You want to be able to get the.
What the fuck? Okay. Craig, I don't know what happiness is, because you seem to have it down to a fucking T, bro. So you want me to elevate my happiness, not like get the spikes or anything, or just elevate it or whatever. So me going to my little brother's grad party yesterday, I only had a spike. I'm still not happy right now that my little brother graduated high school. Nope, it was just a spike. Or if it's up now, it will go back down. What? No. The fuck are you saying? I don't know if anybody actually relates to this. I want to see if anybody with like true mental health problems that actually speak out about it. I want one of those people to react to this video, if they're comfortable with it, to react to this video to see anything that they're saying seems at all true. Even a mental health doctor would or a real therapist or anything like that that's online that does content on YouTube to help people out. If they reacted to this, would they see any of this to be true? Maybe they would. Maybe he actually got therapy and this is working for him. But why the fuck is he spreading this around as if this is like life advice worthy of giving out when you're not in the position to be doing so?
You need to understand the fundamentals of things that make you happy. Find friends that you're willing to have deep conversations with. I've had
best friends,
3,
that's what they're
4,
called.
5-hour conversations with people in my life.
Cool.
We call it balcony talks.
Oh, we got a
put some
nickname
lo-fi
for
music
it.
on the
I didn't know
background,
that.
and we just talk for hours.
That's what I'm going to take away. Balcony talks. Didn't know that. That's going to go on the timeline, guys. Mini Lad just declares his private talks, 3 to 4 5 hours that we all fucking knew that he probably does anyways. They're called balcony talks. We did not know about that. So
It doesn't matter who it is. I love conversations in the sense of everyone in life has their own unique story, right? I love that everyone in life has a different way of getting to the place where you managed to meet. But everyone in life has their own unique story. What have they learned from those stories to get them to the place where they are today? And that's why I fell in love with podcasts. Who are you, and how did you become you? I initially tried to come back a month after everything happened. I was told, I listened to the people around me, they're just like, just take a month off and just get back to recording and everything will go away in due time. Just keep uploading. And I remember
what?
People around me, they're just like, a month after everything happened, I was told...
What happened? What are you talking about? You talked about multiple different incidents here. Is it the time that you put out your apology video and then a month after? Is it the time that the stuff came out about you and then a month later? Or was it the time that you and your friends, you split off from the group and you were fighting with Terrorizer? Was it the month after you left your Craig Thompson channel and you haven't came back on your Midnight channel? What timeline are we talking about here? The specifics don't help us because we don't understand anything else about you. You're saying all this useless bullshit, and we're sitting here like, but Craig, we have these specific questions. Yes, you're giving us an answer, but you're not telling us what situation that applies to. We don't know.
And what friends were they? Other online content creators? Did all other online content creators think that wasn't a big deal? Are they just as at fault because they have the same mindset you do? Or are these people in your personal life who don't understand YouTube and don't know the full story of what you did? This is what's confusing about all of this, and this is what I wrap my head around it, being like, how do I tell somebody what he is saying? I'm telling you honestly, I don't know. And the fact that all these people down here are saying that he's spitting the truth and all this other crap, it doesn't make sense. That's the first not positive comment I've seen. Oh boy, here we go again.
I listen to the people around me, they're just like, just take a month off and just get back to recording and everything will go away in due time. Just keep uploading. And I remember telling them, like, I don't like this idea, but I'm going to do it because I am panicked and I'm small and I panicked. I really did. I handled this so badly. Just get back to recording and everything will go away in due time. Just keep uploading. And I remember telling them, like, I don't like this idea, but I'm going to do it because I am panicked and I'm small and I panicked. I really did. I handled this so badly. So I kept uploading. And I remember after every time I upload, I would fucking cry. And I would tell my managers, like, I hate every fucking second of this. Why am I doing this? Like,
So every single time you uploaded, he first got told, just go back in a month. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. And then he sits here and says that every single time he uploaded, he just cried. And he told his managers, he goes, I can't do this. I can't do. Let's get his exact words real quick.
And I remember after every time I upload, I would fucking cry. And I would tell my managers, like, I hate every fucking second of this.
Okay, I didn't show it on purpose. I hate every fucking second of this. He hates every second of this, okay? Now, don't get me wrong. There could be a time where, yes. He could have hated that. Don't get me wrong. But that did not stop him from making any of the content that he did. Okay? So let's go, before that. So he came back with this Minecraft video right here. Did he cry after that and say, I hate every second of this? Oh, but I do want to put out best of meme streams of all time. And then Clear in the Air video. Did he cry after that? But he still made internet craziest gaming glitches. I just found a secret in Kim Jong-un's house in Flight Simulator or whatever. It does stop there. Even if he cried after that, says I hate every second of it. Videos that make everyone laugh. Nope, didn't cry there. Must not have, because he came out with memes to laugh at. Then memes that break my PC. Memes that my $1,300 giraffe enjoys. Which, what the hell? Memes that make me question humanity. He must have cried after this, because then he came out with the apology video, right? Well, at this point, memes that make me question humanity, he's already ignored it for months. Months! So he still didn't feel any of that guilt, or still didn't feel that he did anything wrong until this point? I mean, am I right or am I wrong here, guys? That doesn't make any sense. It seems like a bunch of lies to me. But, okay. We'll take your word for it, I guess, Craig. You gotta believe Craig, because if you don't believe Craig, you're not about that, I guess. Alright, let's continue.
Why am I doing this? Like, let me make the apology video, and let me just take time to breathe and to grow. And it took me 6 fucking months to get around to that point. To finally break away from just upload around to grow. And it took a fucking second of this. Why am I doing this? Like, let me make the apology video, and let me just...
So he did confirm, let me just make the apology video. So it was after the last one that I pulled up. So what was that? This one? So yeah. So right after that's when he cried, apparently. And then let me make the apology video. And if you can see, this one says 3 weeks ago. This says 1 month ago. So I took this at whatever time. There's only about a week. Maybe a little bit more than a week. Could have been 2-3 weeks, I guess. Because YouTube does that weird thing where, like, if it was a month and 3 weeks ago, it still says 1 month ago. So... at most, less than a month, he cried And it took him less than a month to finally get around to making the apology video or whatever. So let me just make the apology video. What does he do next after that?
Take time to breathe and to grow. And it took me 6 fucking months to get around to that point. To finally break away from just uploading. And, you know, it's
So that's the timeline of things, according to Craig, is that he cried after that video, took a month to make that apology video. He didn't say that, but we had to put that together. Could have been a week, could have been whatever. I think it was about a month because he didn't upload a lot of December, I don't think. But it was 3 weeks, whatever, however long. And that's when it happened. But according to him in the beginning of the video, he didn't keep on keeping on. He froze. He said that in the beginning of the video. I uploaded a video yesterday, just him repeating, I just froze, just froze. But now now he's saying he kept uploading, and then he was like, let me make the apology video. So then did you freeze afterwards or not? Again, we need a just froze remix. We need someone to make that, because then he'll realize, wait, yeah, what I'm saying, I'm not thinking about what I'm saying. I'm not saying it correctly. So if you're really going to put out the truth, Craig, and you're really going to want to sit here and like, okay, this is honesty and people will know it's honesty, then think about what you're going to say before you say it. And maybe it's best to have a script that you work on, a script that you write in your journal, diary, whatever you want to bring up. You work on that, and then you come out and you tell us. And that would be more honesty than what you're saying now. Because right now you're just rambling and you're probably not thinking about what you're saying when you say it. It's just what I think.
It's not their fault, because a lot of people have got through their cancellations by just going through it. But I care a lot.
Yeah, but if you just try to get through their... When people get canceled and stuff like that, if they don't at least slightly address it or anything like that and just ignore it, sometimes they build up. James Charles, a good example of that. Canceled after cancellation after called out for so many different things. And, it's hitting hard now in James. So, like, I mean, it wasn't a good way to think if you thought you could just get through it. There's plenty of examples of people, even back when you were getting canceled, there's been multiple examples of that.
About what people think of me. I made the video and I dipped. And as you can probably tell, I went to work. And what I mean by that is mental training,
therapy,
physical training. I went to the gym every single day. It was end of October whenever I started to be like, okay, I am really fucking heavy. I'm out of my mind.
End of October. End of October before your apology video is when you realized that?
October 2020 was the worst month of my life by a fucking mile. So the end of October, it was a week before.
Do you guys know what came out October of 2020? I don't know if I can pull that up. Let's see. Oop, I don't want to show too much of that. That came out in September. What came out in October a month or two ago was like, what was that? Part 2 of this, which is taken down. Avengers vs. Mini-Lad Part 2. Do you remember that? I put Diesel Patches in it. Diesel Patches made a video of it. October 5th is when Part 2. I don't think I can show Part 2 or anything because it'll get, like, the entire stream will get taken down because the video got taken down. But when is that? Right here. So I said, like, tomorrow? Yeah. Tomorrow, Avengers vs. Mini-Lad Part 2, and that was October 4th. So that happened the same month that he claims was the worst month of his life, which this video was pretty good, I think.
For Halloween, I got onto my fitness pal, and I was like, fuck, okay, this is the time. I got onto keto. I was 230 whenever I started. I was 265 at my heaviest. I'm now 170. And I worked my fucking ass off. One thing that's changed in my life as well is I was so focused on the destination that I forgot to enjoy the ride. And I know that's super cliche. And I'm aware of that. But if you enjoy the ride of whatever you're doing, the destination that you eventually want to get to will happen on accident. If you want to make YouTube videos, love every fucking second of it. If you want to make music, love every fucking second of it. If you want to be a garbage guy, love every fucking second. And whenever you're passionate about something, people feel that, and it's a vibe. You can see through videos. You can tell when people are just uploading for the sake of uploading. Trust me, very fucking aware because a lot of the videos that I've made, especially over the last 5 years, I watch them and I'm like, I fucking hated that.
So he claims that people can tell when someone's passionate. I would just want to take a quick poll. Let me know in the chat. Can you tell that I'm passionate about anything? What am I passionate about, guys? Because I'm not making a video to make a video. Like, I'd much rather go do anything else in my life right now. I'm making a video for a reason. What am I passionate about? Because, you know, obviously I have, you know, I can hang out with my family. My little brother's graduation was just yesterday. I had a friend or two that was trying to call me right before the stream. I love working on my car and driving my car. Why the hell would I sit here and make this video? What am I passionate about to be making this video right now? Because you guys can tell my passion. You guys can feel my passion. It's a vibe, right? So what am I passionate about? What am I passionate about? Yoshi? Well, this video isn't about Yoshi. I can cuddle with my Yoshis and do whatever I want with my Yoshis, regardless if this camera's rolling or not. That sounds very sus, but I didn't mean to make it sus. What am I passionate about? Anti-bullshit? That's a good one. Passionate about the videos you make? Well, I make videos, so of course. Yoshi? Nope, I can do whatever I want with my Yoshis anytime I want. The truth? That's a good one. To cancel Miniland? That sounds bad, you know, because usually when you say to cancel somebody, it's usually followed with like hate mobs and all that, you know, sometimes it is. But yeah, if it means getting him off the platform, yeah, to cancel. Your viewers, I could give two shits about any of you guys. I'm being honest. No. I'm glad that we all have a common goal, but I could really give two shits. And all that. I do appreciate it, you guys, even more if you guys are members of the channel or you donate. But other than that, though, you guys are just words in a chat. Sorry, not sorry. I'm more passionate about, I think, actual Sour Patch Panda nailed it. Passionate about, or not, no. Sorry, Fly78. Sorry, actual Sour Patch Panda. I like your name, though. Fly78XE. Anti-bullshit. Yeah, I'm passionate about anti-bullshit. The truth, all the other stuff. So, yeah. Sorry if you think I'm being rude, but I at least you're going to get honesty from somebody here. You know, I appreciate it, but am I passionate about my viewers? No, viewers are always going to change, and there's going to be real fans that always stick around, but I'm not big enough to sit here and say I got real fans behind my back. Sorry, I'm not that big. We're still enjoying the ride, guys. We're still enjoying the ride. We're not at the destination yet. So, yeah. Just roasted all you guys, but feel free to roast me back, because that's what this is. You know, we're going to let loose and have fun. We're not going to sit here and be like, guys, I learned this today from a good friend of mine, and I'm going to give you guys advice all day here, because you guys can feel my vibe and be passionate. We're going to walk into this forest and walk out of this forest together. You know, and you gotta get your reps in to stay above the water. You know, and did you know celebrities do drugs and they don't have any privacy? Come on, that's not me. So no hard feelings. You're maintaining your privacy. Oh god, I love you guys. Willem Kelpler, $2 super chat. People have actual moral standard on this platform. Yeah. Yeah. Do you like a little Yoshi icon there? I'm in love with it. It's awesome. Yes, I am passionate about Yoshi, but not passionate for this video specifically.
I wasn't me. I was uploading because it was all that I had. I talked to Ty about this before everything happened. I don't understand how I uploaded every fucking day. Every single day, having a well-edited video is heartbreaking, heart-wrenching. It is taxing. It is so much fucking work. And you look at the state of what YouTube is now. Or not even YouTube, just the state of content creation. Twitch? There are streamers out there who stream 8-10 hours every day. It's also got to the point where sleep streams became into play. More AVD, average view duration. More AVD, more watch time, more everything. Fuck them, let them sleep. They're like Ludwig, for example, he streamed for a month straight. There's some people who are currently been live for weeks and weeks on end. Every fucking day, your life, you are living Big Brother. People get to see what you're doing all day, every day. How do you have time to fucking breathe? That's the reason why I stopped streaming.
It's about maintaining it. And if you just claim that you stop live streaming to maintain it, well, how do they have time to breathe because they maintained it? Those who want to go on those long, month-long live streams and Big Brother or XYZ, that's what they signed up for. That's what they did. And they're going to have their time to rest after it's done, or they're going to find time to do it in between while they're doing it. People can maintain it and do that. Just because it's impossible for you to do it doesn't mean it's impossible for others to do it. And if you didn't realize all of this stuff beforehand, you're probably not realizing now that other people are just better and you don't know that yet. They're doing things that you're not doing. And one thing I recommend you not doing is sitting here just making this entire video about all this philosophical thing will not help you for YouTube. There's a way to have you do better on YouTube, and I think this is not the way to do it. Well, I don't know. You have a lot of crazy fans down here who think, we miss you. This is the most honest video you've ever made before. Most honest video I've ever seen on YouTube. Bullshit.
It was so exhausting by the end of it that I just needed to just step away and just catch my fucking breath. The rebuttal of that is all just tell him to take a break. If you're a streamer, the best example of this is whenever Ninja was really in his prime and, you know, he had, 250,000 paid subscribers? I remember he went to some convention or something like that for 2 days. He missed 2 days of streaming and lost 40,000 paid subscribers. If he was on a decent Twitch contract, he might get $3 to $4 per every sub. That is $120,000 or to $160,000 that he's losing by taking a weekend off. And he was at a gaming convention, so he was still fucking working. Like, there is no room for any YouTuber or Twitch streamer to just breathe.
Okay, so you're talking about 20 to 30,000 people, 30 to 40,000 people, he said right here. So if you do the math right here, and he does $3 to $4 per every sub and stuff like that, you're talking about 30 to 40,000 compared to the 250 he had. He still has 220,000 subs when he comes back and he live streams again. Okay, $3 to $4 for all that. You're still getting, like 200,000 short of $1 million. You're getting $800,000. I think he'll be fine. Do they get them monthly too? Like the payment can't come like $3 to $4 per sub per month. So for 1 month he had to go $800,000 instead of his normal 1.1 million. And we're supposed to go boo hoo, he can't take a break. I mean, his norm should just be what he can handle. I mean, if you want to thrive for the best, yes, but don't bitch and whine or make it sound like a sad story when they get slightly less than what they got before. We're literally talking about that, right? Oh no, out of 2 million subs, he lost 30K. That's what we're talking about here, right? Right? Does anyone feel pity? Like, because Minnie apparently feels pity for Ninja for that, because he took 2 days off. 2 days off, lost 40K subs. Does anyone else feel pity like he does? I don't feel fucking pity. Ninja probably knew the game at that time. He knew that was going to happen. He knew there was going to be some sort of an effect. Hell, 30K for not, for being gone for 2 days? I'd say that's a fucking win. If I keep 220K subs or whatever, and I hold that for the rest of the month, that's still 800 grand I'm making. But pity Ninja is what Minnie's saying right now. What the hell are you talking about? Wilhelm Kelper, $2. TJV, I'm sorry, people on platforms are deluded. It is what it is. I feel no pity. That literally is just chump change for Ninja. Oh no, my successful enjoyment career took a mild slump. Long time no see. All right, yeah, I just wanted to point that out. Isn't that kind of ridiculous, though? I don't get the analogy he's trying to make here.
Because you get stuck in the cycle. Now, I will say, there are YouTubers who are good at it. I am saying this from a guy...
Most are pretty good at it, because if they need to walk away, they will walk away. And a lot do. It's just those who stress them out way too much learn after the fact that maybe I shouldn't do that, such as yourself.
Guy who blew up very, very young, and because I blew up when I was 17, I'm now nearly 30. Me as a person, like I was still that young kid mentally whilst everything was going on. I went from nothing to making hundreds of thousands of dollars a month as a 22-year-old, 20-year-old. That's not that, like, I had no.
That's not what. What were you gonna say? That's not what. That is completely fine if the 22-year-old at hand knows what they're doing and they take the right precautions. That's not a bad thing if he was going to say that's a bad thing.
No one really around to help me because I had no other reference point for a regular job. Because I went straight from doing school and after-school activities, whether it's rugby or cricket or whatever, directly into making a fuck ton of money and nothing in between. If I had a reference point of, like, working a regular job, I could tune into that and know that I never want to go back to that.
Okay, so what are you saying here? Are you saying because you never had someone to hold your hand throughout it, you never had that advice you're giving out now, because you never had that, is why you committed what you committed. You did the actions that you did. You know, left the crew and then badmouthed them, sat here and did those things with the minors, and then sat here and lied about it afterwards and tried to, like, ignore it and brush it under the rug and everything because you never had someone to hold your hand early on because you worked too hard and that led to you doing those actions. I'm sorry, but no. We're also taught at a very young age how to maintain your life. When you went to school and everything in high school, you said you went to a university or college maybe, I don't know. How'd you maintain your life then? Guys, I'm gonna give you guys a real quick quiz just to understand if you guys know how to maintain your life real quick. So I just went to my little brother's graduation party. So if you had a graduation party to go to at noon, 12 o'clock at noon, but you also had to go run to the bank real quick at like 11:30, but they don't close until 7, and the graduation party is from noon to 3. Do you rush yourself to go to the bank at 11:30 and try to make it on time at noon? What do? You properly manage your time and you go from there. Same thing goes with finances. If you have $100 you got to pay towards a bill, but you want these really nice shoes for $50 and you only got $120, what do? You know how to manage your shit, right? Everyone has the ways that they manage their shit, and just because you manage them wrongly does not mean that's an excuse for anything. You have to take responsibility for that and say, I just didn't know any better. That's all you have to say. Well, actually, you did know better, but early on, you can say, I didn't know any better about that, but I can learn from that and move on. And, you know, for the last 11 years, at least 2 to 3 years in, you didn't get a rhythm down? You didn't find up a good management for your time? 2 years ago when you were at your highest or whatever, right before the allegations came out and everything like that, you didn't know how to manage your time at that point? That makes no sense. Dear God, the thumbnail for this video. Oh, thanks. I worked pretty hard on that thumbnail. Okay.
But I didn't.
Party with what school friends? Didn't have any.
I just had to move. And I was so scared of it all going away that I never gave myself time. I remember actively thinking, this is 2019, this thought. I remember actively thinking, why would I take an hour of my week out to do therapy? Because that... Did that just fall off the wall? It did. I'm keeping this in. Why would I take an hour out of my week to go work on myself when I could be using that hour to better my content, better my whatever, look at emails, go on meetings, do whatever, It's an endless fucking cycle that never ended. What's weird as well is because I went through this, like, in my opinion, a radical change, and that's my own personal opinion. The other guy who I was, it's so hard to remember who I was as a person.
Duck Dog, $2 super chat. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to insult it. insult it. Love you. No, you're good. You're good. I know. Okay. So he didn't know who he was before. It's such a radical person. He didn't even know who he was before, even though he can recall a lot of the shit from his past and stuff like that, and he knows exactly how you got into it. So you probably know more than you think. You're just saying what you're saying for pity again. I don't understand it. He claims he had no time, and why would he take an hour out to better himself when he can better his content and all that? Oh my god, dude. I think you might have had some of these struggles. Some of these might have been real and everything like that. But it's not the time and place, I think, to speak about any of this, especially when you're going to title the video like this and get people in and be like, okay, what is it? Did you just go on a journey of self-discovery because you got canceled? Because he's trying to rework it to being like, oh, yeah, no, it wasn't all the calling out and stuff. It was, I was a kid and I was trying to prove myself. Oh, no, it was time management. When I got out of school, I made all this money and I focused all my time and I didn't want to take 1 hour out to better myself. That's... Oh, where are we at right now? I have no idea. I'm trying my best, but I have no idea. Sorry, guys. I thought I was going to be more knowledgeable on this, but I don't understand delusion.
I was mini lad through and through. There was no Craig. I was so full on.
No, you were Craig Thompson, and you had a YouTube channel named Mini Lad. Don't separate them. That was you. No. See, do you see how he's trying to redirect this? Because now that he said, I was Mini Lad all the way, through and through, Mini Lad. I was not Craig Thompson. Do you know what people are going to start saying in my comments and telling me as a defense? Well, he wasn't Craig at that time. He was Mini Lad. Mini Lad's the bad guy, not Craig. Dude, really? You're the exact same person you were when you did those dumb shit. When you did that dumb shit. I'll use proper English for a second. I was not, it ain't like I'm sitting here saying I wasn't Trevor Valentine when I made my mistakes. I was TJV. TJV made those mistakes. It's kind of funny. TJV's the initials of my name. That makes no goddamn sense. Who would believe me? Would you believe me if I sat here and I said, yeah, I got here. I'll bring up something. I sat here and I'll just bring up a fake example. I sat here and I said Louis is bad looking. I hurt Louis' feelings. I said, Louis, you're bad looking, and I don't like you. Can I sit here and now say, hey, I wasn't Trevor Valentine at that point. I was TJV. Would that make any sense at all to you guys? No, I still insulted the guy, and it was still rude of me to do. So why do that? Why sit here and try to separate yourself into two different personas that you had at two different times? No, that's not how it's supposed to go. Wilhelm Kepler, $2 super chat. Mini Lad is secretly Pablo. It is confirmed. He's all of them. Everything is him, and he is himself. And if you're not about that, you're not about that. Point blank, period. I just don't understand all of this. I don't understand it in the slightest.
At all times, even down to I was Mini Lad through and through. There was no Craig. I was so full on at all times, even down to I want to be able to take a break and go play guitar, do hobbies. But what I realize is whenever your life is who you are as a person, like social media, I could turn anything into a job, right? So I love playing guitar.
Okay, before we get into his guitar playing thing that he's going to go through real quick, just want to point out, remember that time where him and Terrorizer had a vlog? Craig and Terrorizer had a vlog, and, they're driving around or whatever, maybe in the Ferrari, and they said they were going to go get Starbucks, and then they got Starbucks again, and they were out shopping. So, he never had hobby time. He can make anything into a job, make anything into work. So going to Starbucks with a friend of yours, an online friend of yours, that was a job. That wasn't like a hobby of yours to go out shopping and buy some cool shit and be happy about your success and the money that you've made and spend it on things that you enjoy, such as a Starbucks coffee. again, I was a huge Mini Lad fan. I knew Mini Lad like really well right before his meme streams. I never liked his meme streams, but right before he started them, I knew everything about Mini Lad. I was a huge fan of his. I know what he's saying is straight up bullshit. There could be some diehard Mini Lad fans right now. There could be. And they might know more about him because maybe he said a lot of shit in those meme streams that I never watched. But I watched all the Ask Minis. I watched all of his Gmod videos. The old orange background he had on every single one of his thumbnails. Those are the videos I've watched constantly. All of his vlogs, his road trips, all the time. I know what he's saying is bullshit. I know for a fact he is, because he did have actual enjoyment when I watched him. That's what made him fun to watch. You knew he had fun playing it. If he goes on to say, oh, I was faking it, or it was just a spike of happiness, and then it went down. So you had a spike for a week or a straight up month of you uploading videos? What? That makes no, you were happy at that point, and then something happened to bring you back down. You're not at baseline just gonna be neutral all the time. No, your life's just gonna be so good that you're gonna be happy for a long span of time, and then something probably brought you down. That seems more reasonable than you saying I was achieving happiness and I kept having all these spikes and I didn't realize till now I'm elevating that neutral line into something more happy. That makes no sense, because then all those years of me watching you were nothing. They were just little spikes because I watched your video and I liked them. That's the only reason why you were happy. Because I watched your video. That makes no goddamn sense, because that's not what gravitated me to your videos. You seemed like you were having legit fun, and we could see your face in your Ask Minis and your road trips, and you looked like you were having the time of your life, and it was so enthusiastic to sit here and watch and discover all of that. That is what was great about your content back then, and that's what I've always missed, and that's something I'll never be able to enjoy again, because now you're just lying about all that shit and twisting all of that shit to make you seem worse. It's like, let's say he had two different personas. Old Mini that I liked, the Mini in the meme streams, and then the Mini Lad now we have. So we got three different Craigs. Meme stream Craig, old Craig that I like, and then new Craig right now we're in this video. He's sitting here making both of them. The new Craig is sitting here making both the other Craigs, the other minis. He's twisting them and everything that happened there to make new Craig more like give me pity, which makes sense because he's a selfish person. He didn't seem that selfish back then, but now it's come out so it's come out to show so much. Now it just seems like it's just full on like, yeah, screw them. That didn't really happen. Behind the scenes, all of this happened, and I wasn't really having fun. I was stressing myself out. I didn't know what I was doing with my money. My life was doomed from the start. That's why I did what I did, so forgive me, because I was young and I didn't know any better. I mean, come on. That's stupid. At TJV, damn, you taking me to the bar was a job, damn rude. Are you humoring him or actually taking some of his words as potential heartfelt? Oh, you like for Craig Thunder? No, I'm trying to try to understand him, but I have no idea. It's hard to say. I don't know whether or not to. I'm trying my best. I don't want any diehard Miniland fans to say you didn't really watch this video and understand him. No, I'm trying. I'm trying really hard. But it just, none of it makes sense in my head. I'm trying, really trying.
I can love music. But every time I play guitar, I would play for a while, and then I would eventually get to a point where I became really good and I started to write my own songs. And then my brain kicked into gear of like, ooh, now we can release this song, and now we can make more money, and now we can keep things going, and pop, 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 pop. It didn't matter what it was. Fucking hiking, I could be vlogging. Playing guitar, I could be making music. I could be releasing singles. Anything. Carpentry, I could make fucking carpentry videos. It didn't matter what it was. Because my career was my life, there was no separation. There was no dividing line for me to figure out me. There was no me. I would say from about 2016 It may have even been the car accident. For those who don't know, I was in a car accident in February 2017. And at that point, I realized I nearly died. Like, I was in intensive care for a week. My buddy Jay, he was in a coma for...
They weren't in, if you don't know about it, they weren't in an actual car accident. They were hit by a car while crossing the street. That's what I believe it is. So he wasn't in another car and got hit by a car, or vice versa. He wasn't in a car and then hit another car. He was walking on the street and got hit by a car. So it is a car accident, but he was hit by a car is what actually happened.
3 weeks. The fact that we're both alive is a fucking miracle in itself. But I think that just cranked my worry of it all going away into overdrive. So I just became this fucking machine. I wasn't a person, I just became a content creation machine. And what's interesting is I remember, like, I talked to my therapist about this as well. I remember seeing a lot of comments saying, like, I miss the old Craig. I miss the Craig,
Sound familiar?
pre-accident Craig. That's what it was. I miss pre-accident Craig. And I never understood what they meant because I'm like, well, I'm still me, so clearly they're fucking wrong.
He's joking about it like it doesn't make any sense, but like when we say old Craig, all we're saying is we miss your old qualities. We miss what you used to act like. We miss what you used to do and all this other stuff. We're still talking about you though. So whether he might understand that and he's trying to break it down for young kids that are in his audience, or he actually believes he was two different people at one point and that a switch went off when he got hit by a car and then he became a whole different machine to make content and stuff like that. No, you are still you. It's just the actions and the things that happen in your life affect the way you act, think, talk, etc., etc. The list goes on for everything, but you're still you. You're still you. So either one, he's breaking it down for kids, saying that he's two different people at different times in his life. Maybe he's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different people throughout his life at different points. He's either one, breaking that down for little kids to make them understand more, or people who just don't understand to understand better. Or second, which seems more likely, he actually believes he's like something went off and he was a whole different person at the time. Because earlier, if you weren't here to hear it, he sat here and said that he couldn't even think like that he didn't know who he was then. Like, he said that legitly, like he believes that was a whole different person. He doesn't even understand who that person is and why he acted that way and what he did. So is his new excuse for what he did, I didn't know who I was. Go talk to that guy. I wish you could talk to that guy because that guy's gone. I'm not that guy anymore. I don't know.
And what's funny about that is I wish I fucking listened. And I wish I knew from like 2017 onwards I needed to go into therapy. I really did. I knew I needed to.
So if you were going into a therapy into 2019, did you not talk to your therapist about the stuff that you did? Even if you knew you were going into therapy at the time, were you saying that you went to therapy after all the allegations came out? Was that a lie, or were you already going to therapy, or did you quit therapy before? A lot of questions there.
Didn't, and oh boy, do I fucking regret it. But I think at the end of the day, through everything that's happened, I could either curl up into a ball, admittedly like I did for months on end after my shit went down.
Okay, so did he curl up into a ball for or did he work on himself? He's contradicting himself right now. Let's just rewatch, and guys, let me know if I'm mishearing this or if he's meaning something else.
I think at the end of the day, through everything that's happened, I could either curl up into a ball, admittedly like I did for months on end after my shit went down.
We don't know what shit he's talking about. After what shit? After your apology video? After the allegations came out? Are you talking about the car accident? Are you talking about you no longer being friends with the crew and your fight with Terrorizer? So did he curl up to a ball or did he work on himself? Because if he's talking about after the apology video, he claimed that he was working on himself and it was a journey of self-discovery. So he didn't curl up into a ball. So why did he just say that? Does anybody know what he's referring to here? Or is he referring to what I'm thinking and just lying about it? Does anybody know? Please let me know in the chat. I have no idea, and I'm trying to understand what he's trying to say here, and I have no idea. He is a hypocrite, so he's lying. He's just straight up saying, I curled up into a ball after the apology video, even though he claimed he worked on himself and it was the best time of his life because he was off the internet and he got to spend time with family and exercise and did all that. What did he do? I don't... And I'm the only one infuriated about... I know a lot of you guys are in the chat, but like... I'm shocked that other commentary channels aren't going through this video and watching it and being like, okay, yes, this is worthy to talk about. But I don't know. I'm thinking the accident stuff. Okay, so if he's talking about the accident that he curled up into a ball, that would make sense. He curled up into a ball and he was all self-contained and he was just with his own thoughts and the only thing that came out was his video content. That would make sense. I'd be like, okay, yeah, I can see what you're talking about there, Craig. But is he talking about that or is he not? I mean, that's like, confusing. He's not specific throughout this video. He's trying to figure out what the right phrase is, but won't pin it on one thing. Yeah, and that's a very dangerous thing because that's where the confusion ends up happening. I agree with what you're saying there, TJV. That makes no sense. Yeah, I have no idea. It's kind of weird.
Or I could fix it. And I could figure out who the fuck I am. And that's why I've been gone for years at this point. You know, like I haven't been uploading regularly since June of 2020. It is now June of 2022.
But you haven't been gone for years. You have been here. You've just been here every once in a while. It's like me sitting here saying I've been gone for, what is it, June? And the last time I got super active in the drama was October, November of last year. So 7-8 months. So if I sat here and I said, oh, I've been gone for 8 months, you guys would all sit here and say, bullshit. You uploaded a video like just yesterday. You uploaded a video 2 weeks before that. You uploaded a video a week before that. You guys understand how that's bullshit, right? He hasn't been gone that long. It's all philosophical, and he's trying to be like, okay, I've been gone because I haven't been fully uploading. You know, I've been doing my own thing in between. Well, we know that. We don't think that you just sit there in a fucking dark room waiting to upload a video, and that's your only purpose in life.
The entirety of COVID, I've not been here. Here's an idea that I remember I heard someone in passing say this, and I love this idea because at the end of the day, like, Craig, okay, you're saying all this shit, but like, how do you fix it? And the answer is it's gonna be really fucking difficult. And there's
at TJV Tipster is watching Minnie's video now. What do you mean by that? Oh, I don't have my screen switch. My bad.
never gonna be a true answer. It's really gonna come down to the person, down to yourself. If you're a content creator or if you do anything, it's really down to yourself. But someone said in passing, and I really thought about this, what if YouTube had a vacation mode? And I remember thinking like, okay, I like this idea, but what does it mean? If you take a week off, YouTube kicks you out of the algorithm, you're fucking washed. That's it. It'll take you months to be able to get back in. I think it'd be sick that if at the top of the banner, it could say, so-and-so is on vacation. And they should have a thing where it says, you can have a comeback date, where it's like, so-and-so will be back 7th of July, 2022. If you want, you can upload a video, and the trailer could...
Is he covering it? Let me look real quick. Yeah, he is covering it. Holy shit. Well, that's cool that Tipster is actually doing it. I appreciate it. I mean, at least that's one other channel. We'll see his channel real quick.
I would disagree because unlike Ethan Klein, Rich's stream...
Yeah, if you guys want to go over there and give Tipster a shout out saying TJV appreciates you covering the mini lad stuff, that would be awesome of you guys. But yeah, that's cool on him. I do gotta continue the video though, so I won't be watching his stream. But maybe after I'm done with this, if he's still live streaming, I'll jump over. We got 10 minutes to go left on the video and stuff like that. He's talking about vacation, putting a banner or something on there. What happens if YouTube had a vacation feature or whatever? I think people would abuse the shit out of that, so I would say no, but...
Could be like, if you want to see a sneak peek of their next piece of content that they're doing when they come back, this is it. And it'd be like a 15 second little snippet of whatever is to come. that would give a YouTuber enough peace of mind to be able to go out, go on holiday, which for a lot of content creators does not fucking exist. Holidays, vacations.
That's a lie. It's called pre-recording a video, but okay.
Do not exist.
Lies.
Your vacation holiday is a gaming convention or
Lie.
somewhere where you're still working.
Liar.
You never have time to just disappear. Never.
Liar.
So if you could
You
do
have
that,
control of your
where
life,
the
you can do it.
algorithm could not throw you out, but just give you a pause. Now, admittedly, like you're not gonna be able to do 3 months. But
So
like,
he says if you don't upload a video within like a week or two, the algorithm throws you out. So like Mark Rober, when he gets tens of millions of views and he uploads like once a month or something like that. Same thing with Mr. Beast. He gets thrown out of the algorithm. What? What are you talking about? When a video goes viral and people haven't uploaded on their channel for years and then they put up a video and it goes viral or something like that, but you're not in the algorithm. What? What are you saying? That doesn't make any sense. Yep, Nogla did this exact same thing that I'm saying. Pre-record videos and just say I need a break. Didnt and Nogla did this exact thing a few times too. Yep.
a month tops, right? Just pause it. The algorithm's not going to throw you out. Where as soon as you come back on, you can click play on the algorithm, and you're exactly at the same point you were whenever you left. You're not going to get a giant dip in views. You're not going to do whatever. You can still use your socials to tell people where you are. You can still upload in the community page, whatever you.
See, Minilad's trying to do this for a very specific reason that tailors to him, not to everybody else. Everybody else knows how to manage this by pre-recording. People even pre-record live streams. Someone mentioned that in the chat. You know, people pre-record. They plan out, okay, I'm going to be gone for these 2 weeks next month. Throughout this month, I'll record a video, 2 videos, 3 videos. I'm going to be gone, and I'll every few days I'll upload a new video, so it seems like I'm not gone, but in actuality, I am gone. I'm just have these videos scheduled to upload. People do that all the time. They know how to manage that. You're asking Minnie for a very specific feature that's only really going to tailor to you and maybe a couple other people, but it's going to be completely... You're still got to pre-record a little 15-second trailer anyway, so why not just schedule it while you're gone so the viewers have something to enjoy and watch while you're gone? I've done that before. It's not that hard. I did that when I went on Christmas, while his apology came out, Christmas of 2020. I pre-recorded a couple videos, put them out there and then, and they did really well while I was gone. When I came home, I had a good surprise that, hey, the videos did pretty good. It's not that hard.
You want, but I love that as an idea. And this again, it's an idea. There could be flaws I'm
You can
not
do the
thinking
same
of.
personality in this game. That's cool.
You know, I feel like this whole entire video, this is my experience. This is just telling people about my life and things that I have learned. So back to the statement of the title. Why do I believe it's the best thing to ever happen to me? Because I finally got time away to not be Minilad. So, cool. I'm going to go dip. The videos that you've seen me make, I'm literally doing because, like I said, like if you don't upload for like a week or two, you get kicked out of the algorithm. There is no algorithm that I'm currently in. I'm doing this quite merely as a hobby, and also to see if I actually wanted to do this. That's why I did the Craig Thompson second channel videos. I did the hanging off the cliff video and going to the hottest place on earth, Death Valley, because that is...
That's not necessarily true. If you watch any of my old Minilad videos or anything else like that, there are videos that do get circled through the algorithm in terms of recommendations. So there's many Minilad videos that you can watch. I'm sure if you watch this Minilad video, you'll find Tipsters or my video somewhere in the recommendations somewhere. And you know, he might upload a lot and be in an algorithm or two, but same thing goes to me or to anybody else for that matter as well. Your video can still be recommended and thrown into a algorithm. Not the main one that's like mainstream and top trending, and I'm sure there's multiple different algorithms. I don't necessarily know how everything works. But yes, I've seen my videos uploaded months ago, recommended on a whole new account that I have, just recommended. All the time. I see it all the time happen. So I don't think he knows what he's talking about.
Content that I would love to do.
See, I don't think he's intentionally trying to lie here. I think he just is kind of clueless on it all.
Like, being able to go out and just not only make fun content, but also just have experiences. And that's what I've realized at the end of the day. Who am I? Who is, not Minilad, who is Craig? Who the fuck is Craig?
You know who you are. You were Craig Thompson for more of your life than you were Mini lad. You were what, mini lad for the last 11 years on the platform you've been here? Yeah? Or you started to blow up 2013 and really became mini lad? Well, you were 17, so you were more Craig Thompson in your life than you were mini lad. And even though you had a mini lad channel and you were called mini lad, does not mean you stopped being Craig Thompson. They named a fucking stadium after you. That wasn't you. They didn't name it after this version of you. Were you solely mini? No. You know who you were. You know your mistakes. You tried to hide them. You didn't know any better. Well, you did know better. But you didn't know any better on how to handle the situation, so you handled it the most poorest way possible. And now when people were screaming to the heavens telling you how to handle it and do it this way, do it this way, do it this way, you ended up giving us a piss poor apology video. And now you're back not talking about any of it when you have a title saying why getting canceled is the best thing to happen to me, while not talking about the main thing that you got canceled for.
And Craig is a guy who likes experiences. So I had time
Experiences with minors.
to do the things that I wanted to do without the pressures of having to produce. Because, again, like I said, everything in my life could be something to work towards. That's why I didn't really upload on Instagram at all.
You used to.
I just lived. And I've had the worst and best 2 years of my life. Worst because I had to confront who I was as a person. Who was...
No, worse is because you got caught for the things that you did before. Didn't he commit those things back in 2017? Right? Didn't he commit those things with Hallie and Ash back in 2016, 2017? Right? Yeah. I know for a fact it was. 2016, 2017 is when he committed those things. So the worst years of his life, the last 2 years, was not what? Oh my god. So it's 2016, 2017 were not the worst years of his life, even though those are the years he did one of the worst things that he could have possibly done. It was the last 2 years because he finally found himself. Guys, you know the Matt Mela God? Not me, I swear. Oh my god.
Was I need to rediscover who that guy was. Because Craig Thompson, died years ago. I needed to
You're not dead. Newsflash.
find him again. And I finally did.
Okay, and you found him, and he was exactly where everybody thought he was. He was you. And you haven't realized you're insane yet. You think, oh, wow, I didn't notice I was Craig Thompson this entire time.
And it took me years. And that's why it's a wild statement, but I honestly believe I would not have been able to find myself in the nature that I have without being torn away from everything.
So is he pretty much saying that it's a good thing that everything happened? I agree. That is a bold statement. If you think that everything that happened to you for a reason was a good thing, and you wouldn't change it, because if he says yeah, I would go back and change it, at least okay, yeah, he regrets his actions. But if he said seriously no, I wouldn't go change a thing, I mean, okay, so you wouldn't change what you did with those minors at all, really? But if he also says yes, I would change it, then he'd be like, okay, well then you wouldn't have found yourself like you're claiming to be. What the hell are you saying, dude? This is the insanity that I just don't understand. There has to be a dry, black and white line where we say, okay, that's bad, this is good, you don't want to do this, you do want to do this, and he can't say that. He can't distinguish that for some reason.
From work?
Hell, my apology video is light years better than this. I will say that now. That my apology video, at least he sat here and said that he was wrong and disappointed in himself. But in that video, he also sat here and said, that ain't me. This isn't me.
From friends? From everything. There's a lot of people who are stronger than me who would admit it, who would have been able to handle it a lot better than I was.
And that's exactly what it is. People who are a lot stronger and a lot better than you would have handled it better. You're not stronger. You're not better than them. You're not even that decent of a human being. That's what this video should say and be, and that's it.
But admittedly, I wasn't a strong person. Because I was a machine and not...
Honestly, this video shouldn't even exist. He shouldn't be on the platform. But if we were going to get one, that would be the best one put out.
a human. I thought about it from a programmable... Not programmable. That's not the right word. From a...
Is he going to start saying he's a robot?
analytical standpoint compared to a human personal standpoint.
Yeah, so he pretty much called himself a robot 'cause he included a human personal standpoint. Whatever.
In saying all that, I am organically the happiest person I've ever have been in my life. I have great friends around me now. You know, I have me. I have my life. I'm able to do the things that
You've always had your life, you've always had you, and you've always had the people around you. You just made poor decisions back then, and you won't admit that, you won't say that. You'll sit here and say that's a different person.
I want. Things that made me happy. I can play guitar and not have to worry about making a feckin' song about it. I've really got into climbing, like bouldering, because that to me just seems fun. It's a fantastic workout. I love working out. I'm a fucking meathead through and through. I'm able to just be me.
Be me! Be me! Oh my god, be me! Guys, be me! I'm not me! Let me go take 6 months. I'm not gonna do that voice constantly. I'm sorry, that hurts. I don't know how you did it. No, I'm not gonna take 6 months away to sit here and say, hey, I'm finally Trevor Valentine. Hello, I'm Trevor Valentine. Hello, I'm Trevor Valentine. Hello, I'm Trevor Valentine. That TJV guy wasn't me. That TJV guy wasn't me. That TJV guy wasn't me. I'm only repeating that a lot because he's constantly kept saying in this video that he wasn't him. He wasn't himself. He was another guy. He was Mini Lad. He wasn't Craig. Bull.
It's fucking great.
I didn't know he did the high-pitched voice again.
But there was one bit of that puzzle that was missing. And I am an artist. I like creating art. I like doing dumb shit. Down to whenever I remember when I went bald in 2020. Bit of that puzzle that was missing.
Hold on.
And I am an artist. I like creating art. There was one. Be me. Working out. I'm a fucking meathead through and through. I'm able to just be me.
I don't know if
I
I want
love
that frame.
working
Hold
out.
on.
I'm a fucking meathead through and through. I'm able to just be me.
There we go. That's a good frame. All right. Give me 1 second, guys. We're going to do this real quick. Sorry if you guys just want me to get through the video. Oh, shoot. Hold on. We're going to do this. 1 second, guys. Okay. Photoshop. You guys know what time it is, right? You're not going to get this prime time content anywhere else but here. So let's drag this in here. Alrighty. Show you guys exactly what I'm working on because I'm good at Photoshop, totally. Alrighty. So first thing we need a rectangle. We need to make it white and make this white. Boom. Boom. Okay. And then we're going to sit here and make a big old rectangle like that. Boom. And we're going to move that across. Stretch it out. Boom. Perfect meme format right there. Okay. Then we need to sit here. Control J. Nope. That isn't it. I got to hit that plus first. Okay. Then Control J to copy that rectangle. Bring it all the way down here. Okay. Boom. Right there. You guys know what time it is? Okay. What's the meme, guys? I was going to like do be me or something like that. Let's do this. I got an idea. When you screw up, boom. Then we're gonna go we'll do I learned this trick from Maid of Honor. She typed like this all the time. Boom. It wasn't me.
Alrighty. Boom. Oh, that might be a little too big. Let's do that. Boom. Put that right in the middle. Boom. Is that not the most beautiful work of art you've ever seen in your life, guys? My dog stepped on a bee. That's funny. Oh, that's great. Alright, so let's save this. It wasn't me, it was the one-armed man. Yeah, that's funny. Save and replace. Boom. Alright. Now, this is the good part. We'll go to... Well, where else would we go to? We'll go to Twitter, because that's where all the salty people go. We're going to go like this. We're going to pop up this. I got to choose my audience? Okay, duh, I'm on a public. Where else would I want it? Hashtag, meme. No, we won't do hashtags. Hashtags are cringe. Meme making. I hope Maid isn't in the chat. I dying want her flirting with me again. I don't, not dying. You fucked up, Louie. Meme making during the stream. Alrighty, just like that. Oh, yeah. We'll add the URL to the stream just so we can have people hop over to the stream if they see this on Twitter. All right, there we go. Boom, put it out. That's what it looks like. You got to go over and smash that heart. If you don't want to go look me up on Twitter, I'll copy the link, put it in the chat. And then maybe I can get my first like from Louie, because, you know, I've been dying to have my first like from Louie ever since I desperately tried getting his attention before. That's whatever. It's whatever. Anyways, yeah, there's my meme. Hopefully you like my meme. I just made it. It's not that hard. If you guys want to use that photo, use that format. Just blank out those letters and put your own meme on there. I'll retweet them if you tweet them at me, at Trevor Valentine, my full name. You guys can find me. And that's my Twitter right there if you do know what my Twitter looks like. Alrighty, now let's get back into the video and finish it because we need to finish that. Check DMs. Okay, I gotta show what Thunder made. Mention Lord Hawkage because he stole my joke. Okay, that's officially mentioned now. Okay, this is what was made, what Thunder sent me. First it was my dog stepped on a bee. Next this. It's pretty good, pretty good. Alrighty, so let me set this up. Alright, now we're gonna watch this. Alrighty.
Me. It's fucking great. Head through and through. I'm able to just be me. It's fucking great.
Boom. You guys know where to find
There
it.
was one bit of that puzzle that was missing. And I am an artist. I like creating art. I like doing dumb shit. Down to
I'll give you
whenever
2 Robux.
I remember
I'll
when I
take
went
it.
bald in 2020.
All right, he
I
went
did
bald.
I'll show you. Like I remember doing this video. And I remember looking at that, or like the Gamer Boy bathwater that I did. I remember looking at those. I'm like, fuck, that was fun. The process of doing that.
But that wasn't you. That wasn't me. It wasn't me. It wasn't you though, but you had fun. What happened to the happiness spikes and stuff like that? Weren't you happy at that time? Weren't you doing pretty good at that time? Okay, I don't know.
Setting it up. I
A
remember,
lot of
like, when I was doing
contradictions that I don't understand
posing
throughout
one
this video.
Specifically, I remember looking at them and lining it all up. I remember just dying laughing. I was on Discord with a few people at the time and just crying with laughter at how fucking stupid it was. That was the thing that was missing. So that's kind of why I'm here today. I am still demonetized. I miss having a creative outlet. And
Oh, he answered that real quick. I'm still demonetized.
that was the
You wanna
thing
say
that
why?
was missing. So that's kind of why I'm here today. I am still demonetized. I miss having a creative outlet. And I realized, like, going through my content over the last, you know, I say few years. I haven't been here the last few years. Going over my content
I realized that a lot of it is just purposeful. Like it's content for a reason. And what I mean by that is it's very algorithmic. It's very YouTube nowadays. I did video ideas that I thought would do well compared to video ideas that made me happy. And I can't remember when the last time I made a video that I did it out of the happiness of my soul. And I realized that for a long time, I didn't have a soul because I was a mini lad machine. I wasn't a person. I was just, like I said, a content creation machine. So I want to make content that just makes me happy. I do like the reaction stuff. I'm also, you know, your tastes change as you get older. I'm older now, you know, like I've caught up to my age.
Okay, I will give him props there for that thing. There was this one time, I'll try to pull it up. It was more recent than anything else. I sat here and I was like the drama was like dipping down, and there was small things I could talk about in terms of the drama, but I was just like so sick of it. And I'm like, okay, I need just a little bit of a break, and then I can get back into the drama or whatever. So I made a video about TikToks right here. My worst decision ever cringe TikToks. And I actually thought it was going to be fun at first. I did it because, okay, I'll have fun doing it. You know what I mean? Instead of the drama, which obviously feels like a job and all this other stuff, but I want to do it because I feel like it's the right thing to do or whatever, or all this other bullshit, you know? But anyways, I made this video, right here. Let me pull this up. Right here. My worst decision ever cringe TikToks. I made that January 10th of this year. I thought I was going to do something, and I kind of understand what he's talking about there, being like, okay, you're going to do videos that you think you did well. I wanted to stop doing that the moment I watched those videos because I just wasn't having fun with it. But I pushed through, I put it out, and then what drove me to get it done was like, okay, this could do well. It got 1,700 views, which is, I think, considered low for my channel. I don't know. Maybe that's high for my channel. I have no idea. But I wasn't happy with the result, and I wasn't happy with the views and the likes. And at that time, the comments, people were just eating me up, being like, you're making TikTok reaction videos now. You fell off the deep end, you know, all that stuff. And I was like, okay, at first I wanted to do it because I thought it was fun. And then I was like, I'm not going to do it anymore. I'll keep doing it just because it will do well, but I thought it was going to be fun, and I put it out anyways because I was already so far into it. I thought I was just get it done, but it never really affected like my happiness in life though. So I don't know what Craig's talking about when like, okay, he'll constantly keep doing videos he thinks will do well and he's not having fun, therefore his happiness is low. It never affected my happiness. It just felt like a job and a tedious thing for a bit, but once you get it out, it's done and over with. It's out there, and you can choose to keep it up or take it down or alter the description, the comments, and XYZ, yada yada yada. But that's it. I don't compare it to Mini Lad like all the way on this thing, but I understand to the point where he's trying to get with it. But again, it's pretty irrelevant to this entire video. He still has yet to show why most of what he said here is even relevant. So yeah. Yeah, good job, Louie.
27 and, you know, coming 28 next year, where I'm nearly 30, right? So as a near 30-year-old, my tastes are different than what it was when I was 20. That's just the nature of life. So I'm gonna make content that I just find fucking fun. I'm gonna upload dumb Instagram photos. I'm gonna just enjoy the process of just making and doing. I know I'm not making money off of it. That's not the point anymore. Whether it does well, whether it doesn't do well, whatever the fuck. And I also think I want to make like a weekly, not even a podcast series, but just like a way to talk about shit that I like. You know, 30, 45 minutes, whatever's going on in the world. Technically a podcast, but not like a 2-3 hour one. Just like a little bite-sized something. You know, I love listening to podcasts. I'm gonna just do my own and just have it as a way to be me.
There for a second.
Like I look back at who Mini Lad was, and I'm forever happy that I was able to entertain so many people. So many people. If I never get back to that, it's okay. I've also come to the realization where I had like fuck you money for a long time, and that to me is an experience. Like, I've ticked the box. I've done the partying. I've had...
So he said he's satisfied with like all the fame that he's gotten, and if he never gets there, fine, it's whatever. He's just gonna do it for fun anyways and stuff like that. But he's still receiving donations and everything like that. Which I'm just curious on how the living situation's even going. Are you having a job or not? There's no way you're living off YouTube anymore. There's just no way, I don't think, especially since you have such a nice apartment or whatever in XYZ. Yeah. Anyways, I don't understand that much for that. For the whole, he's gonna be trying to, just have fun with it, and he doesn't care about all of that. Again, the whole title in the video didn't seem like why getting canceled is the best thing to happen to me. A more fitting title would be just I don't care. Like, I don't care about the views and the attention and all that. I'm not doing this to seek attention and make a comeback. I'm just enjoying having my time, and that would actually seem more honest than what this is. And it took us 40 minutes for you to get to say that. 40 minutes of stuff that we knew 95% of the stuff. Yeah, we didn't know the story about you in high school trying to prove yourself to your friends. Yes, we didn't know the small little tidbits here and there. Maybe a couple of the details about when stuff happened or whatever. But this video really did serve nothing else so far. And we only got 2 minutes left. I don't think there's going to be any redeeming factors of this at all.
I've had the house. I've had the cars. I've had whatever. I feel like that's great. I've done that. Like, the whole Mini Lad saga, really. It just doesn't even feel like me. Like, it feels like a really weird dream. And it feels like now I've finally woken up. It's so hard to explain.
I do think he's insane. Does that sound like insane talk or no? He's referring to his own success and downfall of his own career as a Mini Lad saga. And that it ended in tragedy with all that, but now he's finally woken up, so it's a good thing or whatever. Doesn't that sound kind of like, I don't know. I don't think Louie's going to be sitting here saying, hey, my entire channel and all my career has been like a movie, like a saga or whatever, with its ups and downs and all that. I think, at least I don't think so. If anything, Louie's channel is more like a TV show. I mean, it's going to get rebooted someday, I bet. I mean, well, not rebooted, but a comeback, I don't know.
But that's how I feel. And again, this video is literally just me. It's, in a way, kind of a selfish video, letting you guys know what I've been
this video is just him, but not the old Craig that did the bad things. That's not him. That's a different person.
doing. But I think if you're interested in whatever's been going on, I think it's fair to you. So because of that, I might just change my channel to Craig. Because Mini Lad was the guy who did meme streams, uploaded every day, and was just the fucking machine. I don't really want to be the machine anymore. That's...
You can still have the name Mini Lad and not be a machine. How unintelligent is this guy to sit here and say that by having the name Mini Lad you have to have the machine? I get it if you want to change it and do something fresh or whatever, but you should have just stuck to your Craig Thompson channel. The people that subscribe to your Craig Thompson channel or newly subbed when you came back or whatever the case may be, those people were going to stay, but now they're popping back and forth between two channels. So is your Craig Thompson channel and everything you did there meaningless because that ain't the superior Craig channel anymore? It is just dumb. It's dumb. Are you doing it to avoid the old headlines of Mini Lad is a pedo or XYZ, all this other stuff? You're still going to be referred to as Mini Lad. You're still going to, from this point on, changing your name ain't going to change anything. You can be Mini Lad and try to make the name Mini Lad better by, if you just ignored it for 5-10 years, at least you'd have some bigger of a community then that likes the name Mini Lad more than it has been before. But no, you're just gonna change it to Craig. That'll fix things because you won't no longer be the machine, and you'll be incapable of making the same mistakes. I don't think so.
Bert Kreischer's thing. Sorry. I wanna just be me, and just upload whatever I want. That's just my own thoughts on it. Maybe by the time you're watching this, the channel might already just be Craig. I mean, it's still doing Mini Lad at the top. And that's never going away, But I still have all these videos
still
that
Mini Lad.
For a lot of people really liked. My channel is still getting a bunch of views, people just watching older videos. So I'm gonna leave that up there. If it makes people happy, then that's the most important thing. But I think it's time.
If the most important thing was happiness and all that stuff, that again, you guys already know. We've talked about it the entire stream. We're not gonna get back into it.
For me to be happy. So, that's where I am. I don't really know how to end this, and there's going to be a bunch of stuff that I've missed, and if you've made it this far, I appreciate that. That means a lot. So as far as the statement piece goes, why getting canceled was the best thing to ever happen to me. I found Craig again.
It wasn't that creepy.
That's really it. I'm gonna go. I'll see you next week for another ramble video. I have some editors working for me that are.
Okay, well, next week we're going to have another Ramble video, so expect that next week, guys. I will see you guys all on the stream next week, by the way. But he also said he has a couple editors for him. I wonder who that could be. I wonder who could be editing for him. I don't know.
Just gonna pump out some fun content. I might bring back, like, Ask Minnie, you know.
I don't know why anybody would want to work. I mean, probably just for the money, I guess, because you got to pay your editors. But if you're not making any money from this, I mean, he's making money from the donations, but, like, that's only when he live streams and he gets his donations from a third-party website or whatever, but I don't know.
I'll just do Ask Craig. Maybe I'll just do that. I'll ask questions on my Instagram. I'll leave the link in the description. Might change.
TJV, why? Because he's still going to continue, and if his next Ramble video is, if it's just going to be a random Ramble video where he, like, talks about, like, a random topic, like, oh, I want to talk about cars for whatever, for that long, I wouldn't review it. It wouldn't be worth it. But if he's going to continue to talk about this stuff and, like, give therapy advice and talk about his life and talk about the next aspect of his life or whatever, that's just too much. And also that milking YouTube clout too. That too.
Changing my Instagram name? I don't fucking know. Maybe I might just keep it as Minnie. I have no idea yet. But that's it. Thank you for watching. This art short was really long. This is the worst for AVD. I don't give a fuck anymore. You have yourself a good day. I can't believe.
So he still cares about average view duration, but he's not making any money anymore. So is he going for his analytics and statistics? Why mention that? Is he just maybe it's just a joke? I don't know. Oh shit! I didn't watch the last 5 seconds of it. Better watch it so I don't get called out and get hated on for not watching the last 5 seconds.
Today. I can't believe I just recorded this video. Holy shit. Okay, bye.
Okay, so that's the video. We watched it, but we're not over yet. So before I sit here and keep stuttering, real quick, we're gonna read the comments because that's the funnest part, right? Okay, so how is the video so far? Good, bad, better? I don't know. I should have classified the Mini Lads video because I don't know if people are referring to my video or Mini's video, but we're gonna say this time and review how that was. How was Mini's video? Good, bad, still unsure. All right, there's a new a brand new poll up, and go in that poll real quick and do that real quick. We're going to sit here and look at the comments now because the comments are always fun. We're just going to go look through some of them. Hey, man, what matters is that you're doing well. Most truthful video. I'm going to zoom in so you guys can actually see these comments a little bit more. There you go. Can you guys read the comments good? Is it the comments big enough? I'm sorry, but is your diary your Craigslist? I realize in this video more of your Irish accent is popping out there, Craig. Okay, I'm praying for you. Oh boy, here we go again. Only bad comment. It's not even a bad comment, but it's whatever. I'm glad you're finding your inner self again. It was always there, really, but okay. Good to see you, Minnie. I hope you're always feeling comfortable. Never give up. We will always be here for you? Question mark. You do you, Craig. I'll watch it. Is he hiding comments? A lot of people said he was hiding comments. I wouldn't be surprised, but it's whatever. It's his channel. He can hide comments if he wants to hide comments or whatever. I'm just surprised about the amount of comments that are still good. And someone found out earlier that the like to dislike ratio was like 60-something%, like 66%, like even. It's like 6,000.3 dislikes and 3.4 dislikes. So it's pretty even for that, like that percentage, that 60%. So, I mean, there's more people liking it and more people thinking that he's a good man. Happy for you, man. Honestly, if you enjoy it and are happy, that's all that should matter. I'm happy that you are happy, man. Much love.
Good to see that you're doing well. Okay. People are like playing a little time game there. Does he buy bots? I don't think he does, but I mean, I don't know. Welcome back, Craig. We miss you, man. Really? Listen, at this point, there's probably people so happy to see you're doing much better, wishing you well, and always looking forward to more content. Yeah, and it goes on for a while. See, this is like one of the few comments you're going to end up seeing like that are not, we love you, Minnie. We miss you, Minnie. Hi. Glad you're doing well. Glad you're happy. X, Y, Z. See, this leads to my video that I made on my channel where people actually like spoke up and like there was like a, an interesting dynamic. Some people said some good things about Craig, some things people said negative. It was mostly negative, obviously, because obviously a lot more people are going to come to my video to like share their own opinion and all about that. But right here, top comment, this isn't a matter if I forgive him or not. That's up to the victims, but it hurts to know that all those years I spent watching him and wishing I could be friends with him, that he did terrible things for the fun of it. It truly sickens me. That's 100% true, and it makes sense why there's so many likes on that, because so many people feel that way. Honestly, idolized this guy when I was younger and even into my young adulthood. After finding out what happened, I still to this day can't forgive what he did to those around him or himself. I don't think he should ever return, just my opinion. It's also my opinion too. He should not be able to return, but he is. If he told his therapist what he did, they could have told him to stay away from the internet so wouldn't get the chance to do that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure a therapist would say, hey, you should probably find a different avenue. But whatever. This title is so sickening, like he's actually casually saying canceled as if he didn't commit a crime of sexually pursuing children. That is true. But people, they want to defend him. They'll defend him only once. And it just keeps going for a while. I won't bore you with a bunch of the comments, but if you want to go and read these comments, I've hearted a few and I've liked a couple of them and stuff like that. Someone needs to make a Just Froze song, and I told him to send it to me. So maybe I'll get a song sent to me. Hopefully that would be cool. He literally confessed to a crime and yet still has his channel. Yeah, it's pretty dumb. And I know in recent news, people have been getting removed from YouTube and stuff like that for either good, bad, pointless things, whatever you might have an opinion on. The thing is that Craig still does have his channel, and it's not going to change unless there is a big set of people, a big movement, a big wave of people, even content creators saying, hey, yeah, he should not have his channel. And I mean, shout out to all the commentary channels like myself, and the people that I, was growing with back then when I was making content about Mini-Lad. Do your best to sit here and share your opinion on it, because if enough people hear it, and if it goes around enough, and if the right people hear it, it will make a change and it will make a difference, and people will lose their platform if everyone's pretty sickened by what happened. It's gonna take some time though if you're wanting to get to that end goal. Me personally, I don't have that end goal. Yes, I want it. I want him to be off the platform, but it's just too big of a goal to be able to get, and it seems a bit, wrong and evil on my part to sit here and say that's all I want on YouTube is to take down Mini-Lad. Honestly, yes, I don't want him on the platform, but the biggest thing is if he is on the platform, there's going to be a lot of things that he's going to continue to do wrong and make mistakes, and that's just the nature of doing it. But when you do a mistake that literally is a crime and is truly sickening to think about, and he's still here acting like everything is fine and casually going about it and casually talking about it, that's just a slap in the face right there, saying, yes, I did something bad, but now I'm going to casually talk about it like everything is fine now. And it's not. It still isn't fine. And he can admit that he agrees with all of this, but the only way he's really going to agree with it is by getting off the platform. So again, it's going to be a back and forth constantly. If you guys want to sit here and do anything about it, it would be supporting my content, talking about it. Tipster, I know he was just live streaming, talking about it.
That would be the way to go. And actually, we'll look him up now. And he is still
This
watching it.
motherfucker did.
He's talking about it now.
Anyway, the title of this video that he put out just a couple days ago is
He
why
has a like to
getting
dislike thing right
canceled is
there.
the best
It's
thing
only
to
2,000
happen to me.
dislikes apparently.
He's
Oh,
saying
he
that
might not
getting
refreshed it.
canceled was the best thing that ever happened to him. The best thing, guys. The best thing.
And I'm not trying to steal tips or anything, but I will be putting a link to him because I'll be hopping off. He will continue to talk about it. So the best way you can do to support this is by going over there or finding anybody else for that matter and you know, go on that route about it. I'm going to sit here and put a link. You can go tell him that I sent you and that I'm fighting the same fight he is. I'm not on board with Mini Lad. I want him off the platform, and he shouldn't be able to put out this content and casually be able to talk about like everything is peaches and roses, because other content creators would be canceled and knocked right off the platform if they ever did something like this.
You can make whatever opinion you want.
So
I'm also going to preface this in saying that
I'm going to share this clip, and then we'll
my
watch him for a little bit,
experience
and then I'll
of
hop
last
off. So
This
let
is
me
a
share this and
43-minute
go over
video
there
just
and do a
rambling
friendly raid.
about nothingness. As you guys will see, like I said, we're not going to watch the whole thing, but a lot of this is just rambling about complete and utter nothingness.
So, with all that in mind, this is going to be kind of a podcast. I'm going to ramble.
Get
So
on
if
over there,
random
guys.
questions there, you're missing nothing. I'm going to miss stuff because that's kind of the nature of this video. And I feel like as time goes on, at the end of the video, I also want to tell you kind of what plans are and just where I am and where we are going forward. I say we. It's me. Let's be honest here. It's just me. God, where do I begin? So why do I believe what the title says? Now, I understand that getting in a situation like I managed to get myself
Get
in,
on
it's a
over
very rare
there,
thing,
do some
because
friendly
whenever
raiding.
you get canceled, a lot of people just keep on keeping on, right? I didn't do that as such. I panicked. I froze.
I mean, I don't think you should have just kept on business as usual. Quite frankly, I know earlier I had mentioned that I'm not in favor of deplatforming. In this guy's case, I am. Okay? Now, I will clarify why a little bit later, but like, this is one of those situations. It's one of the rare situations where I will 100% say this motherfucker doesn't deserve a platform. And as it says in the title of this stream, why is YouTube giving this guy a pass? I don't fucking know. I really don't. But like, this guy
Oh, you
should
gotta
be
wait
like,
5
oh,
minutes? We'll wait
I'm
5
taking
minutes,
a
guys. If
break
you
and
guys
then I'll
subscribe
come
now,
back
we
when
will
I'm
wait
ready,
5
and, you know,
minutes.
I
I'm gonna
didn't
mute
just
him real quick. We'll wait 5 minutes. If you have to wait 5 minutes to do anything, I'll wait 5 minutes. If you should already be subbed to him though, but if you're not, we'll wait 5 minutes. And you know, you can type something afterwards and stuff like that. Subscribe to him now though, because there's gonna be a timer. I'll wait 5 minutes real quick, and then we'll do that.
Exactly that. We're not going to read this whole article, but let's skip to the part where it says,
It's
what
all right.
did
Subscribe now,
Mini
though.
Lad do?
Yep.
What did Mini Lad do? What did he do that was so wrong that he got canceled? Let's find out. During the summer of 2020,
I'll post the link
allegations
more.
were made against a YouTuber from two women, Haley and Ash. They stated that Mini Lad had used his popularity to solicit inappropriate pictures from underage girls. Haley released various screenshots showing DMs from Mini Lad that feature inappropriate conversations. She stated that the messages were sent when both she and Ash were 16 and 17 respectively. You can read the full accusations from Haley here. We're not going to do that. In June of 2020, this is the interesting part. Check this out. Because we all see allegations come out from time to time. And, you know, as much as we hate to see it, a lot of times these allegations get proven to be bullshit. Not every time, but there's quite a few times where somebody will get accused of some shit.
Yeah,
and
he's
it turns
he's
out
pretty
to be
good
bullshit.
commentary, I think.
This is not one of those cases because in June of 2020, Mini Lad addressed the situation and apologized to both women, admitting that the damning allegations were true. So this grown-ass man was accused of having inappropriate interactions online with a 16-year-old and a 17-year-old, okay? And he was soliciting inappropriate pictures from these girls, right? While they were underage. And he admitted to it. For those of you guys who don't know what Mini Lad did, that's what he did. That's what he did, okay? This guy does not deserve a platform. Now, if you're using your platform to seek out dates with attractive women who are of age, I don't necessarily have a problem with that. You're setting yourself up for a lot of trouble. I'll say that much. You probably shouldn't date fans, even if they are mature adults, because you're setting yourself up for a lot of trouble. I had to learn the hard way that even communications that you're doing with friends can be used against you, unfortunately. Like joking, flirting communications that you're having with friends can be used against you to try and cancel you. So yeah, you're setting yourself up for failure, trying to use your platform to seek out dates in the first place. But at least if you're seeking out people who are adults, at least in that case, they're adults and it's legal and it's like whatever. As long as you're not doing anything like predatory or you're not like sexually assaulting people and stuff like that, nobody cares. They're adults, right? But like, this guy was seeking out minors. This guy was seeking out minors. That's a problem. That's a huge fucking problem. And like I said, I don't normally advocate for the deplatforming of people, but if you're going to use your platform to prey on children, that's where I cross the line. You need to fucking go. Anyway, let's check out a stupid fucking video.
And I did, which, you know, I mean, let's be honest. If you manage to get yourself in the situation I'm in, which, as a side note, I believe that if you are getting into content creation and you get to a certain point, everyone is going to get canceled, whether it's major or minor at some point in their career. That's just...
Same pause as I
I
did.
wouldn't go as far as to say everybody gets canceled at some point. Everybody definitely ends up into some form of drama at some point. Like
Exactly
I've
what I
had my fair
said.
share of drama, one of which more recently I kind of alluded to moments ago, where I had a friend that I had a falling out
I think
with,
it's
and
been
they
close
leaked
to
a
5
bunch of
minutes.
out of
I
context
don't know.
screenshots to try and make me look bad.
Yeah, I should have
Everybody
sped up
ends
the
in
video. I
drama at
did.
some
I went
point. This
through
is
it
true.
slow.
But not everybody tries to have inappropriate relationships with minors, mini lad. Like, not everybody does that, bro. I'm sorry. Like, I'm just being real with you. Yes, a lot of us end up in drama, but not everybody tries to fucking solicit inappropriate pictures.
Fully
and
agree.
Inappropriate conversations
100%.
with fucking kids, bro. That's unique to you and a few other people who've been exposed for this kind of thing on this platform.
the nature of how society is right now.
All right.
I'm a
We're
great
going to leave it
example.
at that point. Go watch him. I have plenty of links in the live chat. Go watch his live stream and continue to support that. I think that is the way to go
Example of
for
what not
this.
to do. I want this to be a learning process, okay?
I think he'll do a good job.
Yeah, Mini Lad is a great example of what not to do. Don't try to touch kids, chat. Just saying that right now. If you're a full-grown adult, don't try to touch kids. Okay?
Watch one more, a little bit about
Learn from Mini Lad's fucking degenerate mistakes. Holy shit.
Can I say that nowadays? I don't know. I'm gonna say it anyway. I handled it. I should have handled it properly, but I froze. And I mean, the first thing I put out on Twitter, I just left it to my PR team. I was like, hey, I am fucking scared. So for months, I just froze. There's a bunch of points I would like to make in this video, and the majority of them have come from just having 2 years of just really harsh therapy. Not just therapy sessions, but also
started streaming 2 hours
what I
ago.
did
It says
2
down
years
here.
ago, I disappeared into the woods by myself for a few days, and I just
So-
wrote. That's all I did. I've been doing things like that a lot. I go to coffee shops. I have a diary
Yeah.
that I write in every day. Hold on. I think for an important video, I would plan this, but I wanted to just riff and just talk from my heart. And
Thank you guys for going in the live chat and saying
What I'm gathering from this is Mini
and
Lad's
mentioning me
basically like,
in
hey,
there. I
guys,
appreciate it.
You can get away with being predatory to children as long as you, like, go to therapy for several months, go hide out in the woods for a little bit, and read a bunch of books.
No. I agree with them 100%. Yep, makes him.
Seriously, YouTube, why is this guy still here, YouTube? Why is this guy still here? We have seen countless times where people will be exposed for this
Duck
shit.
Dog going
Look at
crazy with that
Austin
super chat.
Jones. What happened to Austin Jones? He got exposed for this shit. His platform was terminated. What happened to Lion Maker? Lion Maker got exposed for this shit, and his platform was fucking terminated. Right? Look at more recently, EDP445.
Thanks for
This
the
guy,
motherfucking
thank
sub.
you.
Duck Dog donated $1.99. TJV sent us hi love ya.
Yo, I'm not familiar with TJV, but thank you so much, TJV, for sending your chat here. I appreciate it. And anybody who's new here from TJV, be sure to sub. Hopefully you guys enjoy the stream. I do these streams pretty regularly, so be on the lookout for that. But yes,
I'll be
thank
done
you guys
then.
so much for joining us. I appreciate it. But as I was saying there, like, look at EDP more
Thank you,
recently.
Doug Dog.
What did
I
YouTube
appreciate
do
it.
to him? They banned him too when he was caught trying to meet up with a 13-year-old girl for her cupcake, as he put it. Like, holy shit, man. Why does this guy get a pass, YouTube? Why? He admitted to having inappropriate interactions with minors. He admitted to soliciting inappropriate pictures from minors, and he still has a channel. Not even a channel. He has 2 channels. Because, like, he's acting like with this video that this is, like, his comeback moment. He's been uploading to his second channel as if nothing happened. Where's the second channel? Does he not have it listed here? I don't remember what his second channel is, but he's got a second channel that he's been uploading to this whole time. As if nothing happened. As if nothing fucking happened.
Just a script. That doesn't seem right. This is my journal that I write in every day, every other day. I'm gonna be honest. Sometimes I forget. That's just me being honest. Write diaries. Who'd have thought? Physically writing stuff is so therapeutic. I sit on my balcony and
I don't give a fuck about your stupid fucking diary entries, bro. I give a fuck about the fact that the fact, excuse me.
He's gonna have fun for this 40-minute video.
I give a fuck about the fact that you used your platform to try and
Dude,
prey
he's gonna have
on
fun with
fans
this
in your
video.
audience who were underage.
Good luck,
literally
tipster.
soliciting them inappropriate pictures, trying to get some inappropriate pictures for them, and having inappropriate conversations for them. And you still have a platform. Why the fuck do you still have a platform when Lion Maker doesn't have a platform anymore for what he did? When EDP445 doesn't have a platform anymore for what he did? When Austin Jones doesn't have a platform anymore for what he did? So why the fuck does this guy, who was accused of doing these horrible things and fucking admitted to it, why the fuck does he still have a platform? And the sad thing is, it's not even just him. What about Kiwis?
Yep. So anyways, thank you guys so much for joining. Thank you to everyone who is donating. Thank you guys. Thank you to all my members who are supporting me. I really, really do appreciate everything. Tipster is going to continue going. Go follow him and everything like that. It's going to be pretty interesting. Hopefully some more commentary channels. If I put out any sort of message at the end of this video to any other commentary channels, whether I've had beef with you in the past or not, whether or not you like me or not, whether or not you think I'm a good person or not, X, Y, Z across the board, or if you just don't even know me and you don't know if you can trust me or not, I'm going to be sitting here trying my best to, you know, obviously just say and do what I want to do, and that's going to be the nature. That's going to be the nature of what us commentary channels are going to do. We're just going to make videos, and sometimes you want to take the moral high ground and say, hey, trying to do the right thing and say that this person's bad or whatever, but at the same time, you're going to sit here and say, hey, I'm going to sit here and try to, you know, spread some light on something for a better cause, and I think this is definitely one of them. Craig did use his channel, or at least tried his best to use his channel for something that's definitely not that bright or good, and the fact that he's still able to have that channel and potentially be able to do it again, I mean, I'd feel just a lot of regret that I just didn't push the message hard enough if he were to ever do this again. And a lot of it does come from my lack of trust from a content creator, which obviously, you know, you don't trust anybody out there, but Craig has shown that he literally, you cannot trust him when it comes to the stuff he says, the actions that he has performed. He's just been caught multiple times for multiple different things. So it's something that people do need to stand up. YouTube should do something about it, but if not, it's down to those commentary channels. So I'm calling upon all commentary channels. Please, you know, I know we did a lot of videos on Mini before. I know if you haven't done any videos on Mini, even just one video on Mini before, I promise you it's not enough. There can be more videos to be made to bring awareness to this, and some of the right people will eventually find them and watch them and be like, okay, yeah, there's something that we should do about this guy. You know, maybe he shouldn't be on the platform. Or if enough of us say it, if enough of us sat here and bring awareness to it, maybe it will give a realization to Craig that, hey, there's enough people out there telling me I should just stay off the platform. Maybe he actually will leave on his own account, and that would be the best thing possible. So yeah, I would much rather lose all the good memories and all the good videos of Mini Lad's past content if it means he never has the chance again to do what he did to Allie and Ash, and what he, you know, did to the group he used to hang out with, and what he's doing to his current viewers with all of his manipulative bullshit. So please, 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 if you're a commentary channel or any channel where you'd like to speak up about something, Craig should not have his platform anymore, and his biggest is YouTube. So take that away, and we can go from there. So yeah, thank you guys for all the support. Thank you for liking my beard, Mad Matt. Thank you for all the donations and tuning in to watch, the likes, the comments, etc., etc. And I will see you guys all next time. Peace.